occur. These are difficult times, but I think Commission did a really nice job with running yesterday, and today should be just the same. So I remain optimistic that we'll get through this today without any glitches.
And hopefully we'll see you in person soon enough.
Yeah.
We're going to be there, but if this has to do in a pinch, it worked.
Wild times. So.
Mr. Chairman, the court reporter is on.
Thank you. Just want to verify that our stenographer is online.
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Also, please note if you want to view the screen as we have it, please pin our screen. You'll see the pin in the left corner of your computer, which will allow you to view any slide presentations that are being presented during the proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll continue testimony here. Mr. Shire, your next witness, please.
Good morning, Chairman. Commissioner Cooper, happy Thursday to you. My next witness is Timothy Watts.
Hello.
Thank you. Mr. Watt, Mr. Nance, could you swear in Mr. Watts, please?
Mr. Watts, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Timothy Watts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Dr. Watts, can you describe your current occupation, please?
Sure. I'm an economist with National Economic Research Associates, or NERA for short.
And what is NERA?
NERA is a firm of economists that conduct research on a range of areas, including competition economics, regulatory economics, financial economics, and other areas.
What is your role at NERA?
I'm a managing director and a partner at NERA, where I've worked for 12 years. At NERA, I conduct economic research in the field of antitrust and competition economics. In particular, my work at NERA has focused on evaluating the competitive effects of mergers and acquisitions. I regularly present the results of my research to business leaders and to government agencies, including competition authorities.
Can you summarize your education for the commission?
Sure. I received a bachelor's degree in economics from Vanderbilt University and a PhD in economics from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And while I was a student at MIT, I also taught courses in microeconomics.
You're here today for a hearing regarding a merger in the gaming industry. Have you had any experience with mergers in the gaming industry?
Yes, I've studied competitive effects of several mergers in the gaming industry. So in 2013, I worked as a consultant to the Federal Trade Commission to assess the competitive effects of Pinnacle Entertainment's acquisition of Ameristar casinos. In 2017 and 2018, I was engaged by Penn National Gaming to assess the competitive effects of its acquisition of Pinnacle. Later in 2018, I was engaged by Penn for two additional transactions. So first, its acquisition of the Greektown Casino in Detroit, and second, its acquisition of the Margaritaville Casino in Bossier City, Louisiana. And then last year, I was engaged by Eldorado to assess the competitive effects of its merger with Caesars Entertainment. And that engagement included assessing competitive effects in Atlantic City, as well as in several other areas around the US.
So you actually have experience working on behalf of the Federal Trade Commission in assessing a major casino merger?
That's correct.
So you just noted your engagement with Eldorado. Have you researched the competitive effects of this proposed merger of Eldorado and Caesars in Atlantic City?
Yes, I have, and I've prepared two reports summarizing my research on this topic. My first report was submitted in September of last year, and my second report was submitted in May of this year.
Can you tell us what your instructions were in the preparation of these reports?
Sure. I was asked to conduct an economic analysis to determine whether the merger of Eldorado and Caesars would result in undue economic concentration in the Atlantic City casino industry as defined in New Jersey's Casino Control Act. For this analysis, I considered the criteria that are explicitly laid out in the Act. And I also considered criteria described in the horizontal merger guidelines. The guidelines describe the framework used by the U.S. Department of Justice and the U.S. Federal Trade Commission to determine whether a horizontal merger may substantially lessen competition.
Can you tell the commissioners what a horizontal merger is?
Sure. A horizontal merger is a merger between companies that are actual competitors or potential competitors in a given line of business and geographic area. So the merger between Eldorado and Caesars would be a horizontal merger because they both compete in the casino gaming industry in Atlantic City and in other areas.
What information did you use to prepare these reports?
I used a number of sources. So I used public reports prepared by the New Jersey Division of Gaming Enforcement, reports from the New Jersey Casino Control Commission, reports from other state gaming regulators, and public information on the gaming industry from a number of other sources. I also used data on theoretical win by player zip code from Eldorado and Caesars, as well as some business documents that were prepared by Eldorado and Caesars.
You're aware that the New Jersey Casino Control Commission has considered horizontal mergers in the past. Did you consider any of the precedents from the New Jersey Casino Control Commission in your evaluation?
Yes, so the commission has considered undue economic concentration in its review of the Harris-Caesars merger in 2005 and in its review of the Trump Taj Mahal restructuring in 2015. And I considered the commission's decisions and the evidence that was presented to the commission in those proceedings as part of my research.
In your view, have there been any significant changes affecting casino gaming in Atlantic City since those precedents occurred?
Yes, there have. Since 2005, there have been first, major changes to casino gaming regulations in many states. Those regulatory changes have allowed new casinos to enter in areas served by Atlantic City. Those include the Philadelphia area, Eastern Pennsylvania, Eastern Maryland, and the New York City area. And this can be seen on, there's a map, I think, on page 1 of my slides that shows the current casino landscape in Atlantic City and the surrounding states. Aside from expansion of gaming in neighboring states, there have also been several casino entry and exit events within Atlantic City. So most recently in 2018, the Hard Rock Casino and the Ocean Casino opened at locations that were formerly occupied by the Trump Taj Mahal and the Revel.
What factors did you consider when deciding whether the proposed merger would result in undue economic concentration?
So I considered the 11 factors that are laid out in the Casino Control Act. Page 2 of my slides, which you can see there, summarizes these factors, at least in paraphrase form. The first 3 of these factors involve shares within the Atlantic City casino gaming industry, and the remaining factors have to do with other types of evidence, such as industry conditions.
What were your findings on the criteria related to things like shares and economic concentration?
So if you look at slide 3 in my slides, that shows the first table from my September report. And I see that there's a lot of numbers there. So what this is showing is it's showing Caesars post-merger share for each of the 11 categories. So there's 11 specific metrics that are specified in the Casino Control Act that should be used to measure shares. And it also reports a measure of concentration called the Herfindahl-Hirschman Index, or HHI. So if we look across the 11 categories on average, and you can see this at the bottom of the table, Caesars post-merger share is 42.3%, and the average post-merger HHI is 2,594. And I should point out, and it says on the left part of the slide here, these statistics don't account for Caesars' announced sale of Bally's.
So these are statistics that you prepared in your first report that did not include the sale of the Bally's Casino that we've talked about in this matter.
That's correct.
So how do these shares and concentration levels compare to the levels that have prevailed in Atlantic City in the past?
So if we look at slide 4, which shows what was figure 3 in my September report, this slide compares the concentration levels that would result from the merger between Eldorado and Caesars to 3 benchmarks from Atlantic City's history. So if we look at the first pair of bars on the left, that shows the HHI, which is in blue, and the share for Caesars, that's the orange bar. And the pair of bars on the left, that shows the concentration of statistics that would result from this proposed merger that we're talking about today. The second pair of bars shows the HHI and the share for Caesars as of 2017, which was before the recent entry of Hard Rock and Ocean Casino. The third pair of bars shows the same concentration statistics that resulted after the Taj Mahal restructuring. And then the last pair of bars on the right shows the concentration statistics that resulted from the Harrah's Caesars merger. And so if we look across the chart, we can compare the concentration levels that would result from this merger. And again, that's before considering the sale of Bally's, to these 3 different benchmarks. So we see that the HHI from this merger would be lower than 2 of the 3 benchmarks that I'm looking at, while the share of Caesars, which is in orange, would be somewhat higher than the share that Caesars has had in the past. And if we do take into account the proposed sale of Bally's, which I do on slide 5, and slide 5 is figure 1 from my May report. So what we see here is on the left, again, I'm showing the HHI in blue and Caesar's share in orange that would result from the merger, but they're lower than they were on the previous slide because this now accounts for Bally's being sold to another competitor. And we compare that to the same 3 benchmarks as we see before. We see that both the HHI and the Caesars share that would result from the merger after the sale of Bally's would be lower than all 3 of the benchmarks on the right.
And just for me as a layperson, what does lower mean? Does that mean less of an issue of economic dominance?
Yeah, so lower means there's 2 ways to think about it. So lower HHI is a measure of concentration. The higher is the HHI, the more concentrated is the industry. So having a lower HHI means that it would be less concentrated. And the share is simply, looking at Caesar's share of the casino industry. And this one is based on, an average of a number of different metrics, but it just means that Caesar's would be a smaller part of the casino industry in Atlantic City than it has been, in these past benchmarks that I'm using, measured a number of different ways.
And when you say Caesars, just to be clear, you're talking about what we've been calling New Caesars, which is the combined company.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, I'm talking about the same thing as a New Caesars.
What relationship, if any, have concentration levels in Atlantic City had to price measures?
So in my report, I looked at 2 measures of prices, and I found the concentration levels in Atlantic City as measured by this HHI statistic that we've been talking about haven't had a reliable or an economically meaningful relationship with either of the price measures that I looked at.
So, and what do we mean when you talk about prices in the casino industry? What are you referring to?
So I use 2 specific measures. The first price measure that I use is the slot hold rate, which equals the amount of money the casinos win from slot machines as a percentage of the amount of money that patrons wager on slot machines. So the hold rate is a measure of the price that players pay for slots gaming because it tells us on average how much a player would be expected to lose on a given wager before factoring in promotions. And the second price measure that I look at is called the promotional rate, which equals promotional expenses and allowances measured as a percentage of total casino wagers. Promotions include things like free play and room comps, food and beverage comps, other things like that. And all of these things act as discounts to players because they partially offset the house advantage on casino gaming.
Thank you. So I think you said before I asked you that question about what prices were, that you didn't see a reliable or meaningful relationship with the price measures. So what do you conclude from the lack of an observed relationship on your part of price measures?
So I conclude that the price levels in Atlantic City are being determined by other factors than the concentration level within Atlantic City.
And how about the share criteria that you were talking about? What do you conclude regarding that?
So my conclusion on the share criteria, which are the first 3 of the 11 criteria according to the Act, is that the merger wouldn't result in undue economic concentration.
Why not?
So really 2 reasons. First, as I showed at the bar charts that we looked at, the level of concentration based on the share criteria is in line with the levels of concentration that have resulted from previous license transfers that have been approved by the Commission. And second, because my analysis of the recent history of Atlantic City did not show a reliable or economically meaningful relationship between concentration and price levels, I don't expect that this merger would result in higher hold rates or lower promotional rates.
Did you consider any other criteria besides the Casino Control Act criteria?
I did. I considered each of the other criteria that are listed in the Casino Control Act. And again, those are summarized on page 2 of my slides. Those other criteria include financial condition of the casino industry, current market conditions, the organizational structure of the licensee's casinos, the growth and development of Atlantic City, barriers to entry, impact on consumer interest, and whether the license should be subject to any restrictions.
You said that was summarized where?
On page 2 of my slide. Sorry, I guess it's a little bit out of order. You have to go backwards.
Hang on 1 second, I'm just pulling that up. What conclusion did you draw regarding the other criteria that you just mentioned?
So I concluded that the other criteria don't indicate that the merger would result in undue economic concentration.
So aside from the statutory provisions in Section 82E of the Casino Control Act regarding undue economic concentration, did you consider any other criteria?
Yes, I considered the framework described in the horizontal merger guidelines.
Why did you use the horizontal merger guidelines?
So first, the guidelines framework is widely applied to assess competitive impacts of mergers. It's used by the Department of Justice and the Federal Trade Commission, as well as by federal judges. Second, the Casino Control Commission has also considered the guidelines framework to be helpful in previous decisions regarding undue economic concentration.
So the Commission in prior decisions has reviewed, in addition to this section of the statute that we talked about, the horizontal merger guidelines that the FTC and the DOJ use?
Yes, some of the prior decisions that I discussed refer to the horizontal merger guidelines and concepts from the horizontal merger guidelines, such as the Hirschman-Herfindahl index that I discussed.
And what is the horizontal merger guideline framework? What is that?
So it's really a framework that describes how to assess competitive effects of a merger, and it has a number of steps. So first, how to identify what's called a relevant antitrust market that could be affected by a horizontal merger. Second, how to measure concentration within those markets. And third, how to evaluate the potential competitive effects within those markets based on concentration levels and other factors.
How are the relevant antitrust markets defined according to the horizontal merger guideline framework that you're talking about?
So in the horizontal merger guidelines, relevant antitrust markets are defined by a concept that's called the hypothetical monopolist test. According to this test, any market in which it would be profitable for a monopolist to impose what is called a small but significant and non-transitory increase in price, and this is also called a SNP for short, any any market in which it would be profitable for a monopolist to impose a SNP is a relevant antitrust market. In applying the hypothetical monopolist test, a SNP is typically considered to be a 5% increase in price that lasts for at least 1 year.
And just again, for my edification, a monopolist would be who?
So in the hypothetical monopolist test, if we were applying it, for example, to Atlantic City and trying to determine is Atlantic City a relevant antitrust market, a hypothetical monopolist would be a single supplier that controlled all current and future casino operations in Atlantic City.
And did you draw any conclusions about the relevant antitrust market regarding the Atlantic City casinos?
Yes, I concluded that Atlantic City casinos compete in a relevant antitrust market that's broader geographically than Atlantic City and includes competitors in nearby states. And I think we're showing slide 6 from my slides, which summarizes a number of pieces of evidence that I used for this conclusion. So first, I was talking about the hypothetical monopolist test earlier. By applying that test to the Atlantic City casino industry, we can see that only a relatively small demand response would be needed for Atlantic City to fail the hypothetical monopolist test, and thus to conclude that the market is broader than Atlantic City. So another way of saying this is there wouldn't have to be a huge shift in demand away from Atlantic City to other options in order to conclude that the market is broader than Atlantic City. Second, if we look at where the customers of Atlantic City casinos are coming from, we see that nearly 90% of the rated theoretical win for the parties casinos come from players who live closer to a casino that's outside of Atlantic City than to Atlantic City. And so what that means is that there are a lot of players who are pretty well positioned, who have good alternatives, and it wouldn't take very many of those players to switch away from Atlantic City in response to a price increase for Atlantic City to be considered not to be a relevant market. Third, I talked about this earlier, the recent expansion of gaming in Pennsylvania, New York, and Maryland has significantly reduced the gaming revenues in Atlantic City, and that shows that there's competition between Atlantic City and the casinos in these surrounding states. Fourth, as I mentioned earlier, there's not an economically meaningful or consistent relationship between concentration and price measures. So over the recent years in Atlantic City, there have been major changes in concentration levels as measured by the HHI, and those major changes haven't resulted in lower promotional rates or higher slot hold rates. And finally, if we look at the recent entry of Hard Rock and Ocean Casino, we can see that spurred increased promotional activity in Atlantic City. And we can actually use that as a way to conduct the hypothetical monopolist test. So I measured the strength of the response of demand to this change in promotion, and the response in demand was great enough to imply that it wouldn't be profitable for a hypothetical monopolist of Atlantic City casinos to impose the small but significant and non-transitory increase in price that I mentioned earlier. So in other words, the demand response was large enough for me to conclude that the relevant market is broader than Atlantic City.
So you mentioned that major changes in concentration levels in Atlantic City have not resulted in lower promotion rates or higher slot hold rates. Why would or wouldn't they?
So if we think about the economic theory of kind of competition, that would generally predict that if there's a relevant market that has high level of concentration, it would have higher prices than a relevant market that has lower levels of concentration. So if Atlantic City were a relevant market, what we would expect to see is that major changes in concentration in Atlantic City would affect the promotional rates or the hold rates in Atlantic City. On the other hand, if the relevant market is broader than Atlantic City, then major changes in concentration within Atlantic City may not affect promotional rates or hold rates. And that's because even a major change in concentration within Atlantic City may have little or no effect on the overall level of competition in the broader market.
So what did you conclude about concentration levels within the relevant antitrust market?
So on average, I found that concentration levels in 2 potential geographic markets that are broader than Atlantic City fall into the range that's described by the horizontal merger guidelines as unconcentrated.
And what does that mean, unconcentrated?
I think you can think of unconcentrated as a synonym for competitive. So in the horizontal merger guidelines, essentially there's a safe harbor that says if you define a relevant market in which to assess a merger, and you measure the concentration that results from that merger, and it ends up in the unconcentrated range, then that's not a merger that's likely to result in competitive effects.
So does that allow you to draw any conclusion about the competitive effects within the relevant market that you're talking about?
It does. So I concluded that the merger would not result in substantial anti-competitive effects within the relevant antitrust market.
Did you consider any pro-competitive effects from this merger?
Yes, in my evaluation of the public interest criterion from the Casino Control Act, I considered potential pro-competitive effects. The primary potential pro-competitive effect is the integration of Eldorado's and Caesars casino networks and their player rewards program. So this would benefit players by allowing both Eldorado and Caesars customers to use their reward status and benefits at a larger network of casinos.
So we talked about the reports that you completed and have submitted to the commission, which have been marked in evidence as P1 and P2. What was your conclusion in your report from September of 2019?
So the overall conclusion of my September report was that the merger would not result in undue economic concentration.
And that was pursuant to the Casino Control Act criteria?
That's correct, as defined in the Casino Control Act.
And you mentioned that you also prepared a second report, which we marked as P2, correct?
Yes, I submitted a follow-up to my first report in May of this year.
What was the purpose of preparing your second report?
In April, Caesars announced that it was going to sell its Bally's Atlantic City Casino to Twin River. So in order to account for this proposed sale, my second report updated the shares and the other concentration statistics that I used in my first report.
So once you heard about the Bally's agreement being signed, you went back and sort of recalculated. Is that a fair way to say it?
That's right, because the Bally's sale affects a number of the statistics that would be considered. So it affects the share that Caesars would have after the merger. It affects the number of casino operators that there would be after the merger. It affects the HHI level. And so in order to evaluate the undue economic concentration question in light of the Bally's share, it's important to understand what those levels would be once Bally's is sold.
Did your second report reach a different conclusion than your first report?
No, so the proposed sale of Bally's actually reinforces the conclusion of my first report. The sale would result in lower post-merger shares for Caesars, a lower post-merger HHI, and a higher number of post-merger competitors in Atlantic City compared to the measures that I used in my first report.
So is it your opinion that the sale of Bally's will improve the competitive environment in Atlantic City?
Yes, compared to a merger with no sale of Bally's, the sale reduces the number of casinos that would be controlled by Caesars post-merger, and it increases the number of independent competitors in Atlantic City.
Did the FTC conduct an investigation of this proposed merger?
Yes, the FTC conducted a merger review process in accordance with what's called the Hart-Scott-Rodino Act. And the purpose of this review process is to determine whether a proposed merger would result in competitive harm.
And what is I guess you told us earlier that you've actually been a consultant to the FTC on these kinds of mergers, but what does the FTC do or how do they investigate a merger that would relate to Atlantic City like this?
So, in general, the FTC will collect, data and documents from the merging parties. They'll review that. They'll do their own research on the competitive environment. So they would, get data from the New Jersey Division of Gaming Enforcement and from other places. They would typically, interview competitors. They might interview business people. They might do, their own economic analysis, along the lines of the economic analysis that I've described. So there's a number of things that they might do. In particular, for this merger, they conducted a lengthy investigation. The investigation, as it related to Atlantic City, lasted for several months. And as part of that investigation, the FTC reviewed numerous non-public business documents that it received from the parties. It also received detailed data on the parties' Atlantic City properties, including the properties' player databases. And the FTC also conducted interviews with business people involved in the operation of the parties' Atlantic City properties.
And how about on your end? Did you present any research or evidence to the FTC relating to this?
I did. So the September report that I prepared and that was submitted to the Casino Control Commission, that was also submitted to the FTC. I also made a presentation to the FTC in December of last year to describe some additional research that I conducted using the parties' player databases, and several members of the Division of Gaming Enforcement attended that presentation. And I also conducted some additional research on some specific questions that the FTC raised about Atlantic City.
So you said that members of the Division of Gaming Enforcement attended the presentation to the FTC that you made?
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, is the FTC or was the FTC in communication with the Division of Gaming Enforcement on a regular basis?
So my understanding is that the FTC was sharing essentially, all of the materials that it received from the merging parties and that it received from, people like me with the division.
And what was the outcome? What was the outcome of the FTC's investigation?
So the FTC required the parties to divest casinos in the Lake Tahoe area and the Bossier City Shreveport area. And they also required a condition that's related to a previously announced sale of a casino in the Kansas City area. But I guess most importantly for this proceeding, the FTC did not require any conditions related to Atlantic City.
So not only no divestitures, but no conditions.
That's correct.
And what does that outcome imply about the FTC's findings regarding the Atlantic City market?
So the outcome implies that the FTC concluded the transaction would not substantially reduce competition in the Atlantic City area.
Since you prepared your second report, have you conducted any additional research?
So I haven't conducted additional research per se. I've reviewed some additional materials. So that would include Professor Perry's report and the Division of Gaming Enforcement's report, as well as the materials that describe the FTC's decision, and I've just followed industry news in general.
Have you reviewed the conditions that New Caesars and the Division of Gaming Enforcement have worked out that New Caesars will agree to?
Yes, I have.
Have you considered the impact of the coronavirus pandemic on the Atlantic City casino industry, including the temporary closure that has occurred?
Yes.
And with all that additional information that you reviewed, has any of that changed the opinions that are described in your two written reports?
No, it has not.
So you said that you reviewed Professor Perry's report. That's the report dated May 27th.
That's right.
After you reviewed his report, did that cause you to reconsider or change any of the opinions that you had in your reports?
No, I gave it a careful review, but it didn't change my opinions.
As fair to say that Professor Perry provided several recommendations in his report, correct?
That's right.
Do you agree with the recommendations made in Professor Perry's report?
No, but even though I don't agree with the ultimate recommendations that he makes, I understand that El Dorado has agreed to a number of significant terms as conditions to the merger. And these conditions, as well as the pending sale of Bally's, should help to address some of the concerns that he raises. So first, in his report, Professor Perry recommends that the commission should maintain as many independent casino operators as possible. So the sale of Bally's would preserve the current number of independent casino operators and would also introduce Twin River as a new competitor to Atlantic City, a competitor that's currently operating multiple casinos in several states. Second, in his report, Professor Perry describes concerns related to entry of new competitors. His report recommends that the parties should be required to lift the deed restrictions on existing properties controlled by Caesars in Atlantic City, and that remaining potential sites for the development of large resort casino hotels in Atlantic City should be protected. I understand El Dorado has agreed to a condition that would release restrictive covenants on the former Atlantic Club, Claridge, and Showboat properties. Moreover, El Dorado, Vici REIT, and GLPI, which is another REIT, have agreed not to file any new restrictive covenants in Atlantic City and to make land parcels outside of the footprint of their current properties available to the construction of a new casino or the expansion of an existing casino in Atlantic City. And finally, Dr. Perry's report also states that it's important that the merging parties commit to a program of investment and upgrades to their Atlantic City casino hotels. As a condition to the merger, I understand that El Dorado has agreed to spend at least $400 million in capital expenditures for its Atlantic City properties over a 3-year period.
So did the FTC raise any of the concerns that were outlined in Dr. Perry's report?
To my knowledge, the FTC didn't raise the concerns put forth by Professor Perry.
Did the Federal Trade Commission agree with your conclusion regarding the Atlantic City market?
So the Federal Trade Commission, they didn't require any asset divestitures or other conditions relating to Atlantic City. And the FTC's general practice, when it doesn't have a divestiture or other remedies, is not to provide a detailed explanation of their decision. And that was the case in this matter. So they didn't provide an explanation of their decision or their reasoning as it relates to Atlantic City. But their decision does indicate that they concluded that the merger would not substantially reduce competition in the relevant market that includes Atlantic City.
So Dr. Watts, what's your overall conclusion regarding undue concentration in Atlantic City with this merger?
So my overall conclusion is that the merger would not result in undue economic concentration in Atlantic City.
I'm going to read to you language from the Casino Control Act, Section 82, and it says, "No person shall be issued or be the holder of a casino license if the issuance or the holding results in undue economic concentration in Atlantic City casino operations by that person. For the purpose of this subsection, undue economic concentration means that a person would have such actual or potential domination of the casino gaming market in Atlantic City as to substantially impede or suppress competition among casino licensees or adversely impact the economic stability of the casino industry in Atlantic City." Do you have a conclusion regarding that?
Yes, my conclusion is that the merger would not result in undue economic concentration as defined in the act, according to the language that you just read.
And I think you said it earlier, but looking at the broader market, in addition to the criteria set forth in the Casino Control Act, what's your conclusion overall regarding the broader market?
Yeah, so regarding the broader market, my conclusion is that the proposed merger would not substantially reduce competition in the relevant market that includes Atlantic City.
Dr. Watts, the two reports you prepared were prepared before you were aware of any of the commitments or the conditions that New Caesars has now made and agreed to regarding the fostering of competition that you talked about previously, correct?
That's correct.
And these are the conditions regarding the removal of deed restrictions, that New Caesars won't permit any new deed restrictions to be held or attached, and they've agreed not to block development or expansions of new casino projects. None of that was considered in your evaluation, correct?
That's right.
Now that you're aware of those conditions, how does that, if it does, change your view regarding the effect of this merger on Atlantic City?
So it doesn't change the bottom line conclusion of my reports that the merger would not result in undue economic concentration. But I do think that these conditions can be viewed as an additional pro-competitive benefit of the merger because they would create more opportunities for entry, or they would reduce cost for certain existing opportunities for entry or expansion.
Thank you. That's all I have, Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Richardson, your witness.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Chairman Plosis and Commissioner Cooper, and good morning, Dr. Watts.
Good morning.
You mentioned in some of the post-report items that you looked at and did additional review of, that you evaluated the potential impact of COVID-19. What specifically did you do there?
Sure. So I haven't done a specific evaluation. I think the question was whether I had considered it. So I have considered it. I think there's, right now, there's not a lot of data available to do an analysis. For example, the second quarter financial report from the DGE, isn't available now, and I don't think it'll be available for another month.
And you also discussed that the FTC has approved the merger. Is that correct?
But that's correct.
And while they did vote in favor of it, that wasn't a unanimous decision. Are you aware of that?
That's correct. There was one commissioner that wrote a dissent in that decision.
And looking at your slides, and the information is also included in your report, your initial report, you noted that the overall HHI for 2017 was higher than the HHI would be here after the merger if it's approved. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in 2017, you're aware that the number of casinos was 7, and that was a result of 4 casino closures in 2014 and 1 in 2017?
Yes, those dates and number of closures sound correct to me.
Are you aware that in 2014, then the Atlanta Club, Revel, as it originally was, Plaza and Showboat shut down?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And then in 2017, Taj Mahal closed?
Yes.
So the overall statistics for 2017 that were not a result of any mergers or other transactions through which the commission addressed by request of approval for a merger, as is the case today?
That's right. So 2017 statistics aren't meant to be something of a decision resulting from the commission, but I think they're a useful benchmark to look at because one of the other things that I talked about is if we look over the recent history of Atlantic City, there's been a number of changes in concentration, such as the ones that you just talked about of closing of casinos and others that resulted.
And you also noted that.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I think your video was delayed there. Did you have something else to say?
Yeah, so I was just saying that that there's been a number of changes, and throughout the throughout the recent period, I haven't seen a relationship between those changes in HHI and the different price measures. And so if we look at 2017 and the market is operating competitively in 2017, then it seems that that's a good benchmark to consider in evaluating this merger now.
And then with those benchmarks, you also noted that the overall HHI for 2015, after the Icon Group acquired Taj Mahal, and then therefore became a 2-facility operator, was higher also than the HHI, which would be encountered if this merger is approved. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in that case, it was a transaction seeking to allow a single operator to move to 2 operations, while at the same time, Caesars Entertainment was already a 3-facility operator. Is that correct?
Yes, those facts sound right.
So while the overall HHI increased, the largest multi-casino operator as Caesars Entertainment remained as it was. Is that correct?
That's right. So the restructuring of the Taj Mahal didn't affect the size of Caesars.
So Caesars Entertainment with 3, and then you had the Icon Group with 2, after that was approved by the commission, was in second place, and that was in a market of 8 casinos. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And you've discussed your consideration of the overall geographic market being warranted as considered larger than Atlantic City. Is that correct?
That's right.
And with Atlantic City being the only gaming spot in New Jersey, doesn't that not present a unique market in and of itself?
So not necessarily. The boundaries of an antitrust market don't necessarily conform to state boundaries or county boundaries. One of the important facts in my consideration was looking at the players who played at Atlantic City and where they come from. And I think there's a table in my first report that shows that only 5% of the rated theoretical win for Atlantic City casinos is coming from players that actually live in the Atlantic City metropolitan area. So that means, the balance is coming from players outside of that area. And, the largest sources of players for the Atlantic City casinos are the New York City area and the Philadelphia area.
And the statutory factors that you addressed, summarized on the slide here, number 2, the 11 factors, as well as the other statutory considerations, include all the factors that are related to data that necessarily comes from New Jersey casinos. Isn't that correct?
So I think, I guess, the first 3 factors, when they're talking about shares, my understanding is those are, shares within Atlantic City. A number of these other factors have to do with Atlantic City, although, I think several of them are potentially influenced by things that are going on outside of Atlantic City. And then the 11th factor is really, allows the commission to consider any other evidence that they deem to be relevant. So I think, potentially that could include considering competition from beyond Atlantic City.
And you've mentioned, Mr. Schreier questioned you about your conclusions overall in different forms throughout your testimony. You've concluded that there is no undue economic concentration implicated by the merger transaction, correct?
That's right.
And your first amended report that you issued in May of 2020 indicates that the proposed sale of Bally's Atlantic City would reduce the post-merger HHI in a material way. Is that correct?
That's right.
You mentioned also that you had reviewed Dr. Perry's report that he prepared dated May 27, 2020.
Yes, I have.
You recall in that report that Dr. Perry has a calculation of the average HHI based on several divestiture scenarios?
Yes, I remember that there's a part of his report where he looks at, I think, potentially divesting any of the individual casinos currently controlled by Caesars or El Dorado, as well as, maybe some divestitures that would involve combinations of casinos.
And in making those comparisons, if you recall reviewing that table as well as the narrative itself, a sale of Bally's essentially has the lowest impact on reducing the average HHI. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I should point out that those calculations are based on essentially the current sales or whatever other current metrics exist for those casinos. And that might not be an indication of, or the best measure of, how Bally's or any other divested property would perform if it were in the hands of a different operator and a new entrant to Atlantic City.
Well, you calculated the resulting HHI from a sale of Bally's, is that correct?
That's correct.
So while the resulting HHI is slightly different between Dr. Perry's divestiture scenario of Bally's and yours, where yours actually is a little bit higher, it is still, regardless, the lowest HHI difference among the different possibilities of a divestiture.
Yeah, I agree with the point that you're trying to make, or what I think the point you're trying to make is, if you calculate HHIs using historical performance statistics of different casinos, then divesting Bally's is going to have less of an impact than divesting other properties, because Bally's historical performance or historical share of revenue or some other measures is lower than some of these other properties. So I think I was making a slightly different point in that if you're trying to figure out how would a casino perform once it's divested, that may look different than what its historical performance has been like. And in fact, that's something that we saw when Hard Rock and Oceans entered. Both of those were able to perform significantly better than their predecessor properties had.
I think in these general analyses, wouldn't you agree, though, that you don't have the opportunity to hypothesize how statistics may change under a different owner? You have to rely on that data.
So I guess I would say, the HHIs using the historical data are certainly a helpful way of looking at things. But I wouldn't rule out considering factors that a different operator would do. In fact, the entire exercise of conducting a competitive effects analysis for a merger is really, you have to hypothesize how would things be different in the future under some ownership combination of casinos that we haven't observed before. So we haven't observed before a single company controlling the combination of casinos that New Caesars would after this merger. So we have to use evidence and economic theory to think about that. And you can do the same thing with regard to a divestiture.
And to your knowledge, the sale of Bally's is pending. That has not yet been approved. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You have noted in your report that one of the criteria for conducting an undue economic concentration analysis is considering barriers to entry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Schreier discussed with you different conditions that the division has proposed in the event this merger is approved. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of those conditions.
So are the presence of deed restrictions prohibiting casino gaming on potential sites barriers to entry?
You know, they're not necessarily barriers to entry in and of themselves, because to the extent that there are other sites available, casinos could enter there, and casinos have entered in the past. So I think you could say they're a barrier to entering on those specific plots of land that they apply to.
So you'd agree that exerting control over future possible casino sites would be barriers to entry as well, correct?
Yes, in the same sense that I discussed for the current covenants.
And in speaking about the proposed conditions that the division has prepared in the event the commission approves the merger, you indicated your agreement with those avenues to further be pro-competitive measures. Is that correct?
Yes. So if you're referring to, for example, the commitments to capital expenditures. Well, actually, I'm not. Is that what you're referring to?
I was referring specifically to the areas that we just discussed, the deed restrictions and exerting control over potential future sites.
Yes, I agree that those conditions would be pro-competitive.
But you did not encourage any pro-competitive measures of that either of those types in your reports, correct?
No, I did not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Shire?
Dr. Watson, I think if I'm trying to crystallize what you were driving at with your questions from Ms. Richardson, I think what you were saying was, even though Bally's is the property that is being sold, and that's where the agreement is, in Dr. Perry's report, where he said, well, you could sell Caesars, or you could sell Tropicana, or you could sell Harrah's, and there might be a different outcome. Wasn't your point that it really depends who acquires that property? Because you could sell Tropicana, but the new owner of Tropicana that acquires it might not pay attention to operations or performance, and therefore that same poor performance that was evidenced by Bally's could occur there. So that we're trying to predict the future here in determining economic concentration and how the market will react. Is that fair to say?
Certainly, the impact of putting Bally's in the hands of a new operator, or putting any casino in the hands of a new operator, is going to depend on how that operator decides to use that asset to compete in the market. And if they operate it differently than the past owner, the past operator, then they may achieve different performance for better or for worse.
I think you noted, for example, the Hard Rock situation, where that facility was sold at a pretty reasonable price, I would say, and the new owner expended substantial sums of capital, and as a result, we have seen a substantial uptick in their performance. Is that correct?
Yes, the Hard Rock entry has been very successful, and certainly has performed better than its predecessor.
Just one last question. You were asked whether or not the FTC had a unanimous decision or there was a dissent, and I think you indicated that there was a dissent, correct?
That's right.
And that was Commissioner Chopra, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And to your knowledge, did that dissent address in any way any of the issues pertaining to Atlantic City?
No, as I read the dissent, it didn't relate to anything to do with Atlantic City specifically. It was more concerned with really the remedies that are required in other parts of the country. So the divestitures that are required in Lake Tahoe and Bossier City, and the process that the commission had gone through to approve those divestitures.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Ms. Richardson?
Just one question, Dr. Watts. We've gone over already that the horizontal merger guidelines are useful, have been considered useful by this commission in the past as utilized by the Department of Justice and Federal Trade Commission. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Nevertheless, though, with the statutory criteria in our Casino Control Act, we're doing an undue economic concentration analysis for the commission to make a finding on that, not exactly an antitrust determination as the federal government would. Is that correct?
So I guess I would agree that yes, it's not the same criteria as the FTC or the DOJ would use to evaluate a merger. I think there is an antitrust element to it. I mean, certainly the undue economic concentration language and criteria do describe competition and competitive conditions. So I think there's an antitrust element to it, but I agree that the standard is different, and it's defined differently than the standard that is used in a merger proceeding before the FTC, for example.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
One follow-up, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Under either of those particular tests or methods of determining competition, whether it's the Casino Control Act criteria or the FTC's criteria, your conclusion is still the same, is it not?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cooper?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Watts, good morning, and thank you for joining us today and participating in this. I have some questions for you. At the beginning, when you stated your educational background and where you went to college, et cetera, I don't mean et cetera, but you mentioned that you teach microeconomics, is that correct?
That's right. When I was a graduate student, I taught some courses in microeconomics.
Okay. Could you explain what exactly is microeconomics?
Sure. So microeconomics is, I guess there's two broad categories of economics. There's microeconomics and there's macroeconomics. Microeconomics has to do with decision-making by individual actors. So we could think of individual actors as being consumers, and they're choosing, what products to buy or what job to have or, how much schooling to have. So that would be a microeconomic question. It also includes decisions made by firms. So, how do firms set prices? How do firms decide when to introduce a new product? How do firms interact with each other? So all of those are questions covered by microeconomics.
Okay, very interesting, because I heard the word and I'm thinking, well, I'd like a little bit more explanation. Thank you so much. Keeping in that thought of a little more explanation and background, I know I have, again, my personal background, or I've read the documents, I've read the reports, and I'm going to say intrigued by the, and I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, the Herfindahl-Hirschman Index. Again, I know what I've read, and the importance of this index is, again, it's used to assess the impact of mergers and acquisitions. There are 11 guidelines, am I correct?
That's right. So for measuring the HHI, in the Casino Control Act, there are 11 different metrics of performance that are meant to be used to assess shares and the HHI.
And if you would, just, and again, I'm going to say maybe layman's terms, would you just state those 11 guidelines?
Sure. So bear with me. I need to get my table here.
Okay.
So there's I guess, 11 statistics in total that that I used and that are generally used in these undue concentration proceedings to measure shares and HHIs. And they can be thought of as divided into two categories. So some categories have to do with kind of the physical facilities that the casinos have, and others have to do with operational measures.
Okay.
So the facility statistics include the gaming square footage of the casino, the number of hotel rooms that each casino has, the number of slot machines, the number of table games, the number of employees, and then just a count of the number of casinos. So that's, and thank you for bringing my slide up here. So those statistics are kind of the top half of the table. And then the bottom half of the table looks at actual outcomes, so revenue-based or wager-based outcomes. So those include the slot machine handle, the table game drop. So both of those are measuring, wagering activity, the slot machine win, the table game win, and then the overall net revenue for casinos. So we look at all 11 of those different categories.
Okay, and again, I appreciate it. Again, I've read, but just to, shall we say, have it explained, listed, it's great. I appreciate that. With that, my curiosity, who are or who were Herfindahl and Hirschman, or what is the origin? Who are these two people, or where do we get these two names from?
Yeah, so they were two economists, and I think they were, active in the early 1900s, and they, I think maybe, I can't remember if they came up with this concept independently from one another or jointly with each other, but they did come up with this way, this index that's now commonly used to measure concentration. And the way that they came up with calculating it is, first, you calculate the share of all the participants in a given industry, and then you add up the square of the shares. So you get an index that ranges from, it could be near zero if there are very many small competitors, up to 10,000 if there's a single competitor, because that would be 100%, and 100% squared is 10,000. So it's an index that is one way to quantify competition.
Okay, thank you. My next question, I'll present it to you. There are actually a few parts, but I'll ask the whole question and you can answer it however you feel comfortable, let's say. You've presented documentation, information, details today about the upcoming merger. You discussed the words horizontal merger, competition with competitors. My question for you is, I would like to get your opinion. Okay, we're talking about casinos in Atlantic City, but I'd like your opinion, if you would, on other potential attractions in Atlantic City and other operators in Atlantic City. Case in point, okay, and as I said, we're talking about the casinos, but I would say a few months ago there was a story in Atlantic City, I don't know if you've heard, but there was a story about a gentleman by the name of Bart Blatstein. He owns the Showboat, but he's talking about building this $100 million water park attraction, et cetera, for Atlantic City. Gauging or emphasizing on family entertainment. Okay, so my question here is, what is your opinion on the impact of other attractions, other operators in Atlantic City? Do you think is this necessary? Are families important to Atlantic City? Should we just have the casinos with what they offer, or do we need other attractions? I'm going to say non-casino attractions. And again, something that really, I don't want to say hasn't been focused on today, but with your background, your extraordinary background, I'd like to get your viewpoint on other attractions in Atlantic City.
Sure. Well, I think, if you're thinking of Atlantic City and its well-being overall, then I do think there are benefits to, diversifying, in a sense, the number, the types of attractions or the types of things that are offered. There's also, I guess, a consideration even if you're primarily focused on the casino industry and the well-being of the casino industries and customers of casinos, in that there's a relationship between casinos and other types of attractions. So economics would call casinos and water parks, or casinos and other attractions, complements, because the more demand there is for the casinos, the more demand there will be for these other things, and the more demand there is for the water park, that will bring in some customers who will also patronize the casinos. I think one of the reasons that Atlantic City was and is the gaming destination that it is because of an important other amenity that it has, which is the waterfront, the beach, the boardwalk. It was a good place to have casinos because it had these other amenities already.
Okay, thank you. And one other question I have, we're talking about gaming. I'm just wondering, was internet gaming a part of your evaluation studies? Was it something that was included, considered, or was that just a separate issue?
Yeah, so
Or, pardon me, separate issue. Does internet gaming have an impact on what's being presented today?
So internet gaming, I just went through the 11 metrics, and the 11 metrics don't include a specific measure for internet gaming, but it was something that I considered. The way that internet gaming works in New Jersey, as you're aware, is that all of the casinos can have licenses for online gaming. They can offer online poker, they can offer online slots, they can offer online table games, and more recently, they can offer online sports betting. And for sports betting, in addition to the casinos being able to offer sports betting, the racetracks can also offer sports betting. So I think assessing the effect by looking at concentration in casino statistics does a good job of thinking about, is there an undue economic concentration effect in internet gaming? And one other feature of internet gaming is the way that an internet gaming license works is, you've got the license, but then you can allow more than one operator to have what are skins that operate on your license. So, I might be a casino, I've got a license, I have my own, casino.com website where you can go do internet gaming, but then I might have several other companies that come under my license and offer their own gaming options. So there's actually a higher number of competitors and options for internet gaming in New Jersey than there are for brick and mortar gaming.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooper. Dr. Watts, have you done other work in the Atlantic City market?
No, I haven't. This is my, I guess my first time doing a competitive analysis of Atlantic City.
Okay, thank you. COVID-19, do you see that the Atlantic City market bouncing back better than other markets or worse?
I think that's a very hard question to answer, and it's hard because I think we don't fully know yet, what's going to happen, when things are going to improve, if things are going to get worse again, when they're going to get worse again. So I think it's a very hard question to answer. One thing I'll say, I live in New York City. That's where I am right now. So I'm very aware of how things have been going on locally in New York and in New Jersey. And while this region was, I guess, initially one of the hardest hit areas by the coronavirus, I think we're also seeing now some of the kind of most successful responses in terms of managing the virus and turning things around. So I'm not sure how that will interact with demand for Atlantic City casinos or the operation of Atlantic City casinos. But I think it's a good sign for the region in general if we can kind of maintain the way that things are currently going.
Thank you. How critical do you think the sale of Bally's AC is to eliminate undue economic concentrations?
So, my view is that really the sale was not necessary to prevent undue economic concentration. But at the same time, I think it certainly will, increase the level of competition compared to, or I guess decrease concentration relative to what would happen without a sale, because it's going to bring in a new operator. If you're just kind of counting the number of operators before and after the merger, it would be the same. And you're going to have somebody who's operating a casino. They've got other casinos in other states. And so they can, use that knowledge and experience, and also use that network to help promote their business in Atlantic City.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Watts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Shearer, did you have any follow-up based on questioning by myself or Commissioner Cooper?
I do not, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Richardson?
No, thank you, Chairman.
You guys want to get started on Mr. Perry or take a quick break?
We could take an early lunch. We could take a half-hour break right now.
Let me make sure, because I think they had Dr. Perry queued up. So I just want to make sure that, Tracy, are you there?
I'm here. I'm ready to proceed if the commission wishes to. I see Dr. Perry is on the line and he's ready as well. So leave it to your discretion.
Okay, whatever you want to do, Mr.
I'm just thinking of the stenographer. We've been an hour and a half.
Okay, you want to take maybe 10 minutes?
Let's take them at 10 minutes.
For the stenographer,
Fine.
take a quick break, and then we'll start Mr. Perry.
We'll start
Sure,
in 10
thank you.
minutes. Thank you.
11:30. Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're back. Ms. Richardson?
Make sure Mr. Schreier's there. I don't see his.
Mr. Schreier?
Hello.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Richardson, your witness, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to call Dr. Martin Perry.
Mr. Nance, will you swear in Dr. Perry, please?
Mr. Perry, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Martin Perry.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Perry.
Morning.
Could you please tell us about your educational background?
I got my BA degree from the University of Missouri. Then I went to graduate school in economics at Stanford and got my PhD there in 1976. Then I went to work for Bell Labs, and later in the early 80s, I went to law school at Rutgers University Law School at night and got a JD in 1984.
And you mentioned that you worked at Bell Labs. Can you tell us some more about your employment background?
So I joined Bell Labs in January of 1976 and was there until the breakup in, so that would be January 1984. That was an economic research group that had been started a few years before I joined. And so most of my, well, sort of, over half of my work was just doing economic research. And, but some years there were some internal consulting projects to benefit the company. Then in 1984, I think in August, I joined a company called Bell Communications Research, which was part of the breakup of the Bell system, and it was also an economic research group, not just economics, but other groups that was jointly owned by the 7 regional Bell companies at that point in time. And I stayed there till 1989 when I joined Rutgers as a professor of economics. I stayed at Rutgers for 22 years, and in 2011, I came out here to be head of the economics department at the University of Illinois. And I've been here ever since. I've been head for 9 years, but fortunately that's going to end shortly.
And you have the research experience as well, right?
So I've done research on various topics on vertical integration, vertical restraints, mergers, bribery, auctions, various things. For the last 9 years, I haven't been able to do any research because I'm doing all administrative work. So I hope to get back to some old topics soon.
And you frequently served as an advisor or an expert, haven't you?
Yeah, I wouldn't say frequently, relative to some of my friends in the profession, but I worked on various merger cases for the Department of Justice, and mostly from it's on my CV, over a 10-year period. Most of the cases I worked on there were industrial product mergers. And since 1995, when I was first engaged by the division for the Trump acquisition of what was the Regency Hotel, that's when I began writing reports for the division on casino mergers and acquisitions.
Can you tell us about the other times that you were retained by the division as an expert?
So in 1995, that was the Trump Plaza had been running the Regency Hotel, and they were going to acquire it and reopen it as casino. So the issue there was reopening of that casino of the former Atlantis. And that didn't go well for long, but it wasn't really a controversial case because it was reopening the casino. The tricky part was counting the casino and the old Atlantis casino as part of the Trump Plaza casino, which required building a enclosure across the front of the convention hall. The next merger case I worked on was 5 years later in 2000. That was the case in which the Claridge had gone into bankruptcy, and there was a acquisition going to be acquired, and Park Place was interested in acquiring Claridge, as was the Sands. So it was a contentious hearing on which of those two parties would be approved by the commission, and Park Place ended up being the ultimate acquirer. So in 2000, that was in 2005, I was hired by the division to write a report for the Caesars Harrah's merger. Then I worked for some private parties too before that, but with respect to, and then 2010 was the last time I wrote a sort of a report updating the statistics about the industry, but that was in the context of the Trump bankruptcy. I was hired by the debtor in possession, basically the second lien holders who held about $2 billion worth of debt that had been issued a few years earlier, and they were proposing a reorganization. And Carl Icahn at the time was the owner of the Tropicana, and he was a holder of a first lien, and he was also proposing an alternative reorganization. And so I based that testimony was pretty simple. I just simply pointed out that if the Icahn proposal was adopted, there would have to be a hearing on undue economic concentration.
And you have prepared a report for this proceeding, is that right?
Yes.
And just for purposes of the record, that report has been marked as Exhibit D2 in evidence. Can you tell us what you were tasked with for that report?
Well, the task was just to evaluate whether this merger would create undue economic concentration, and and if there were the need to protect economic competition, what the possible alternative remedies might be. In the report, I also updated all of the prior tables and from all my prior reports.
And it's been discussed this morning, the Casino Control Act and the various categories that need to be considered in order to evaluate changes in the market share. You were present for Dr. Watts' testimony?
Yes.
So how many criteria are there to consider?
So there's the 11 criterion.
And in your report, did you note initially that you focused on 5 of those in particular?
Yes.
And which ones were those?
Well, 2 of the physical measures, so the casino square footage and the number of hotel rooms, and then 3 that go to revenue and performance, net revenue, table drop, and slot machine drop. Those are the 5 that I sort of chose to focus on early on in my earlier reports. And in those reports, in earlier years, I looked at the other measures and felt that these 5 sort of best summarized both the fiscal and revenue aspects of the industry.
So based on your past conclusion that those were the best summary, you still maintain that today and in your present report?
Yes, I think so.
And does your focus on the 5 in particular as being representative versus the 11 in total, does that affect or alter any conclusions or your analysis?
I'm pretty sure not.
And neither view of those creates a particular favorable or unfavorable view for either El Dorado or Caesars. Would you agree with that?
What your question is, does one particular measure more favorable or less favorable to the merger? Is that what your question is?
Yes.
I don't think so, not dramatically.
And so in part of your analysis and preparation of your report, did you conduct an analysis of industry concentration?
Yes.
What method did you use to evaluate that industry concentration?
Well, I used, like Dr. Watts, I used the merger guidelines, Herfindahl index.
And what today is the current HHI of the Atlantic City market?
Before the merger,
Yes.
it's something in the neighborhood of 2,000.
Could you tell us about the merger guidelines, what the particular thresholds are for HHI levels in relation to classifying the concentration of a market?
Sure. Well, originally the first versions of the guidelines had lower thresholds. So up to 1,000 was an unconcentrated industry. And then at 1,800 was 1,000 to 1,800 was a moderately concentrated industry, and over 1,800 was concentrated industry. Those were increased. I can't remember the exact year within the last 10 years to so that an unconcentrated industry would be measured by Herfindahl up to 1,500, and then 2,500 was up to 2,500 would be a moderately concentrated, and over 2,500 would be a concentrated industry. I saw that gradual evolution when I was the chief economist at the Federal Communication Commission. We were evaluating a large merger in the wireless industry, and 2,500 was informally used as the cutoff for when the Federal Communication Commission, which had joint authority over the merger, was using for what when they would start worrying about the merger in local markets. Okay.
So you said up to 2,500 would be moderately concentrated, and over 2,500 would then be highly concentrated?
That's their, yes, that's their definitions of the merger guidelines.
So you said that the current market in Atlantic City, as exists today, before and if the merger is approved, the market, the HHI is around 2,000. I think you had calculated in your report that it was an average of 1944. So that number is considered moderately concentrated right now?
Yes.
So what do the 2010 merger guidelines say about changes in overall HHI as a result of a transaction?
Well, this is you're asking a question about basically the magnitude of the merger. So these are the deltas as the change in the Herfindahl from the pre-merger to the post-merger, and basically that's trying to get at, is this the industry could be, moderately concentrated or highly concentrated, but it could be a small merger. So the agencies wouldn't worry about a small merger, and it did only increase Herfindahl by small amounts. So I forget the numbers in the old guidelines. I think they were, I think the new guidelines, if a merger in a moderately concentrated industry is over, in a concentrated industry, if it's over, it's in my report, over presumptively okay up to 100, but if it's over 200, then you're certainly going to worry about doing a more complete analysis of other aspects, barriers to entry and things like that, efficiencies. It's basically saying that even in a highly concentrated industry, a small acquisition is not going to raise enough concerns to go into a very detailed analysis of efficiencies and barriers to entry.
So you're saying if there's a change in the overall HHI of more than 200 resulting from a merger, that warrants particular scrutiny and could change other factors?
Yeah, I think that's the number. Yeah, I'd have to check my report, you know.
And with the pending merger, what have you calculated as the overall HHI that would result across all the categories if the merger is approved?
Say it again. What would the delta be across these categories?
The total, well, both the total overall HHI, and then tell us what the delta is.
Well, I think the HHI would move somewhere around 2,500. And the deltas, I'd have to look up the deltas from my report. Let's see if I can calculate them. I can't quite remember. Well over 200. Do you want me to look them up?
Well, in your figure 19 on page 61 of the report, calculated the post-merger HHI average at approximately 2641. So that delta there is listed at 697.
Right. Yeah,
That's correct?
Yeah.
And in your report, you address industry concentration by reviewing trends as well, not just the statistical calculations. Is that right?
Yes.
So for industry performance, can you tell us about what trends you have seen?
Do you want me to go back to the beginning? So,
well, the trends in particular that you've seen
in the Herfindahl,
from performance that result in benefits to consumers?
Well, the trend in Herfindahls or trends in performance?
Trends in performance.
No, performance, okay. Well, the in my report, I defined sort of various periods. You know, sort of nothing's perfect, but I think they help conceptualize various parts of the industry. And during the early periods, certainly up to from the beginnings, the slot percentage declined rapidly with the entry of from the entry of resorts till 1984 or 85, when there were 10 independent casinos. Then it continued to decline for the period of the 90s and up until the middle of 2005 or something. I have to look at my exact numbers. And since then, it's been pretty stable, depending on the denomination or the average, and even gone up a little bit in recent years.
And how about the relationship of competition to slot percentages?
Well, the way I would interpret this is that you're not going to get an exact change in 1 year of the Herfindahl as a result of a merger is not going to be immediately reflected in, say, the Herfindahl goes up or an increase in the slot percentage, or if the Herfindahl goes down for some reason, a decrease. But what the trends show me with respect to slot percentage is that during the periods where there was the most competition, as roughly reflected by the Herfindahl indexes, those were the periods in which we saw dramatic at the beginning and then modest declines in the slot percentages.
And what conclusion do you draw as to increases in competition and how that relates to slot percentages?
Well, so as I sort of tried to explain a second ago, that what my conclusion is that during the periods in which we had more independent operators, and as reflected by lower Herfindahl's, those were the periods in which we got benefits of lower slots percentages. And during the periods, in the more recent periods, mostly since 2005, the slot percentages were sort of stable, and then and then have been drifting up. I think if you look at the average slots, it's summarized in one of the tables. Slot percentages dropped to about 8% overall up until 2005 or so, and then they've sort of crept up to 9% since then.
So it's fair to say from what you're telling us that if there's an increase in competition, that's going to lead to lower slot percentages and benefit the customers?
Well, I wouldn't, I'm not disagreeing with Dr. Watts, but I wouldn't sort of expect that if I have an immediate change in the Herfindahl because of a merger, that there'd be an immediate response in terms of higher slot percentages or vice versa. But what my observation really is from the data is that during those periods in which the Herfindahl was low and there were more independent operators, that's the periods in which we got better performance in terms of lower slot percentages.
And how about the same effects when it's looked at with regard to promotional spending?
Well, promotional spending is harder to infer. I mean, promotional spending is. I'd have to look at my report, but promotional spending is has well. Let me glance at my report. I just did, but.
Page 33, I believe that you address this particular area.
Oh, so I have a table on page 34. Okay. So if you look at the trends, if you divide the promotional expenses by the casino drop, so you're having some measure of the gaming activity and the promotional trends, promotional allowances that are associated with that. And I mean, you have sort of an interim period after the initial burst of opening casinos. It's kind of flat, maybe declining slightly. And then in more recent periods from, say, the early 2000s, it's going up. But part of the reason that this percentage is going up is that the casino drop is declining during this period. So promotional allowances are actually declining, and as in dollar terms in recent periods, but the percentage of the casino drop is going up because the denominator of casino drops, the denominator is declining. So it's a little hard to infer that much about this. I think the fact that promotional allowances are going down could be a competitive issue, but it could be because there's just less visitors and less gambling, and thus fewer opportunities to give promotional allowances to customers.
Did you also look at trends in casino win per square foot?
Yes, yeah, that's one of the, which I found one of the most interesting things to look at with respect to performance of the casinos.
What trends did you find in that area?
Well, there's been a general decline in the casino win per square foot since the Great Recession began. But that's not surprising because of just fewer gamblers. What you see is that when somebody opens a large casino, for example, like the Wild Wild West, and that casino win per square foot declines. But what you want to look at is over longer periods of time, you would expect the casinos with a higher casino win per square foot to be the ones that would invest in new casino space, which may have to be matched up with new hotels. And those with lower casino wins per square foot are the ones that won't have an incentive to invest. In my earlier reports in 2005, I think I discussed as certainly $3,000 or $3,500 per square foot per year was kind of a cutoff that, casinos that had a casino win per square foot higher than that would be having an incentive to make investments, and casinos lower than that would not. But now the casino win per square foot is much lower across the industry than that period of time. So
and what have the Caesars properties in particular experienced in this area as far as trends?
well, let me pull up my report again. Which page are we referring to now?
It starts at 36. I believe in that section, you concluded that Caesars properties in particular had downward trends on the win per square foot that we're discussing.
For years, yes, yeah. For years, Caesar was the most had one of the highest wins per square foot. But in recent years, I'm not sure exactly which year I should start. I'll pull it up, but they're not among the highest now. They're among the lowest.
Do you believe that capital investment contributes to this particular factor and the trend?
Well, I do think that the investment's important for attracting visitors and gamers, definitely. And so I do think that's important. And we have seen examples historically of casinos making major investments, and then not necessarily with expanding the casino floor, because that's going to increase the denominator, but with respect to other parts of the casino, better renovations, newer, more amenities have benefited their casino win per square foot. It's hard to, in any situation, it's hard to say, because if a casino does a major renovation and also dramatically expands its casino square footage, then that's going to increase the denominator. But you can see that there various points in time investments have benefited casinos by increasing the casino win per square foot.
And you looked at the comparisons of levels of win per square foot among the properties, and did you draw any conclusions about Bally's and Caesars in this particular area in comparison to their competitors?
Well, I think the general observation is that both, particularly Caesars, but both Caesars and Bally's were in before 2005 and in 2000 were among the highest in terms of casino win per square footage, but now they're among the lowest. And most of that decline has occurred, well, most of that decline has occurred since the beginning of the Great Depression, I think, since 2010.
So I want to turn to consideration of the relevant market that you use. So we heard that Dr. Watts focused on the relevant geographic market as being regional rather than Atlantic City only. You heard that?
Yes.
Did you view the market the same way?
Well, I guess not to contradict Dr. Watts, but I would think about it differently. Should I elaborate?
Yes, please.
I mean, obviously, transportation costs of visitors is an important component of this industry. And if you look at any particular part of this, of any of the Northeast, and think about the consumers there, you know, they're going to have, in general, they can choose between going to Macau or Vegas, or going to their local casino, or going to Atlantic City. And different people with different income levels are going to have different choices there. But you know, New Jersey does draw most of its visitors from the Northeast area. Now, if you open up casinos in Pennsylvania and other states, and most of those are put not agglomerated in one place like Atlantic City, they're put in different locations, and particularly Pennsylvania. You're going to have an advantage for the location of that casino is going to have an advantage with respect to people who live near that casino. And because of that, so there's going to be certain people, they could be just want to make a short-term trip to a casino, and it doesn't justify going all the way to Atlantic City. And of course, that casino is going to pick up customers in around its location. Now, so what you would see is, like from Dr. Watts's map, which is a nice depiction, is that around each of those new casinos would be people that are attracted to that casino, different settings, because of its locational advantages as opposed to going to Atlantic City. Now, that doesn't mean that all of those casinos are now in one big market, because each of these other casinos in the Northeast are going to have this locational advantage within a broader market, which Atlantic City draws from. So if you were going to do, Dr. Watts nicely described the SNP test, if you're going to do a hypothetical price increase by all the casinos in Atlantic City, treating them as if they were a monopoly, and ask whether they would lose too much business to make that price increase justified. I think it's not, I think that, let's put it this way, I think the appropriate way to do that analysis, which would be difficult, would be ask the following question. Given the casinos that are located in these other jurisdictions, and given the local markets that they have, the question would be then, if Atlantic City, all the casinos in Atlantic City raise prices by some percentage, how would the boundaries of those consumers who were in some sense indifferent between coming to Atlantic City and going to their local consumer, how would those boundaries change? So it's not the total business that those casinos would pick up because of their locational advantage near certain consumers and where they are, but what would change if you did that? And so I haven't done that analysis. I think that would be a hard analysis to do. I mean, you would certainly have to have private data that the casinos have from their members. But my view is that is not going to be a sufficient change in the number of consumers to undermine and make a price increase by all the Atlantic casinos unprofitable. So in other words, what I'm saying is that a 5% or a 10% increase in all the slot percentages in Atlantic City is not going to change all those boundaries of those what consumers are choosing between Atlantic City and some local consumer enough to make Atlantic City not be considered a market on its own. So basically, I would be stunned if a 5% price increase in Atlantic City wouldn't be profitable for the casinos in Atlantic City. I mean, another way to think about this is suppose, would these other casinos in Pennsylvania be competitive? I mean, you can envision a situation, hard to envision, but hypothetical. Suppose that casino as built, was located, was dropped somewhere right near in Atlantic City. How competitive would that casino be relative to the other seriously competitive casinos in Atlantic City? Well, my conjecture is not very competitive.
Did the statutory requirements of reviewing undue economic concentration and the factors that go into that, did that also influence your choosing of the relevant market as Atlantic City, being that that's New Jersey law?
Well, I mean, I think it had to, because the statutory requirement required me to analyze it as, you know, as it was a relevant market. So in my prior reports, and also briefly in this report, I refer to what's going on in other jurisdictions. That's what I wanted to do, but also the division was supportive in doing that in his prior reports. But that said, I think Atlantic City is sufficiently unique, and the casinos are all here, so there's no locational cost, transportation cost difference between them, that they're sufficiently whether it's a relevant market as defined by the FTC. I mean, I think it's a local geographic market, justifiably, to discuss. And since the nature of the merger is affecting just the parties, mostly the parties in this city, then that's I think that's appropriate.
You mentioned the FTC review. So the review here, are you saying that the Commission's review of this is separate and distinct from how the FTC may view this merger?
Well, I think the statute mandates that, and I think that's about perfectly appropriate. I mean, not that you're going to ignore what's going on around you, but I think Atlantic City's situation is sufficiently unique that it would be really hard to think about for all customers there being some larger market. You know, for any given consumer, again, as like I said before, they, depending on their income and their preferences for taste for gaming and various other amenities, some people will have huge choices around the whole world, and some people will really only have, because of transportation costs or some other reason, only have small choices. So you're always going to be able to find consumers who are choosing between Atlantic City and something else in certain locations around the Northeast.
And to your knowledge, in cases that you've participated in, the Commission has used in the past only Atlantic City as the relevant geographical market. Is that correct?
I think that's right. I don't recall I can't remember all of the Commission opinions, but I don't recall Commission opinions being decisive, some decisive aspect of those opinions being based on competition elsewhere. But I can't recall all of the final reports, decisions of the Commission at this point.
Are you aware of the 2015 event when Carl Icahn's affiliated entities acquired Taj Mahal?
Yes, to a certain extent.
And that transaction, that was going to make Mr. Icon's group a 2-facility operator in Atlantic City. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Do you know what the commission's view of the relevant market in that case was?
Well, I read that decision last night, and I think that decision says that the Atlantic City market is the market that they want to discuss for the purposes of that merger, acquisition.
And
I think that's right.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And the division, as far as you're aware, didn't retain an expert in that matter.
I don't know that they did. There was no reference to one.
Are you aware that we included as a comment in that report that given the expansion in gaming, that a limited geographical view of the market is no longer reasonable or justified?
Well, my previous answer, I was talking about the commission. Yes, no, I saw that, but I didn't read, I didn't have a copy of the division's recommendations to read. But I think that was referred to in the commission, the chairman's decision.
Right, so in the commission determination that you're aware of, the commission did not agree with any of those comments that would have been in the division report, and it went ahead and continued to consider the relevant market as Atlantic City. Is that what
That
you
was
said?
my interpretation of the decision, yeah. But I wasn't involved in that case, so I didn't have, I wasn't retained by the division, so I didn't have any knowledge or discussions about their views at the time.
Understood. So going on toward the end of your report, you make certain recommendations, but do you recommend that whether the merger should be approved or not?
Well, I think the way I would interpret mine is presenting alternatives, and from my past experience in my previous reports, I made recommendations maybe, but there may have been more suggestions for the commission to consider. Is the way I would describe them, but we titled them recommendations.
So why don't you go through what you think that the commission should consider as options for handling this merger?
Well, I think this is a huge merger in the well, it's huge in the nationwide, but it's also huge in the context of Atlantic City. And if you look at it is true, Dr. Watts is correct that there are various instances in which the Herfindahl index in Atlantic City since 2005 has been in approximately 2,500 or even above in this highly concentrated industry, and most of those situations, they arose from some kind of merger acquisition involving Caesars, so in 2005, when we were considering the Caesars-Harrah's merger, and I wrote a report, I didn't recommend against the merger, and the AC Hilton and the Dunes property were divested prior to the final decision. But in that case, it probably would have been better to have divested the Showboat, but that generated a huge merger and a dramatic increase in the Herfindahl. And the subsequent performance of the Caesars and Bally's wasn't exactly what the commission or would have hoped for. In this case, I'm realistic in the sense of what is feasible to happen. Of course, the acquisition of Harris is a major impact, but Harris has been a successful casino with major investments in general. My view is that the Caesars and Bally's properties are in some sense sort of integrated or easier integrated. And so that could have been a larger, potentially larger major resort hotel that would be more competitive with Borgata and other things. So the divestiture of Bally's is sort of the least attractive divestiture from my point of view. And I understand that the maintaining the Wild West Casinos property makes that block consistent with Caesars. But that certainly does mitigate some of the potential anti-competitive effects of the merger. I guess my hope, in a sense, is that by splitting Caesar's property and the Bally's property, that either one or both would be able to expand in the different directions and become a more competitive, larger resort with more amenities, and therefore be more competitive with the Borgatas and Ocean and Hard Rock. Whether that will happen is sort of conjectural, but that's also why I recommended that the properties neighboring Caesars and Bally's not be encumbered in any other way by somebody else that would prevent either of those two properties from expanding independently from each other. I'm not sure I answered your question, but
I think that gives an overview to the commission. So let's just go through some particulars about what you were saying. Without the proposed sale of Bally's, what would your conclusion about the merger have been?
well, I think I would have recommended that there be a divestiture. A Harris divestiture would have been, just in terms of competition, would have been my preferred recommendation. I understand the financial aspects of why that's an important part of the merger. Then my second preferred would have been a divestiture of the combined Caesars and Bally's properties, because it seems to me that they have an ideal location and there's no reason why whatever major investments, I'm not the one to dictate to even recommend what kind of investments would be necessary. Could be a combined very serious resort. Not that it isn't close to that now, but has the most potential. So that would have been my second choice. And my the last choice, well, of course, Tropicana is the acquiring company initially, but that would be the same there. But then, so the fourth choice would be this divestiture of Bally's that I just discussed.
So are you saying that you would have recommended the merger not be approved absent certain remedies such as a divestiture being imposed by the commission?
That would have been better, yes, a divestiture of some sort.
So we talked about earlier the 200 and over threshold that the 2010 merger guidelines give as a indicator that a transaction needs to be looked at more closely. You recall what you told the commission earlier of what the change in the overall HHI would be without any divestiture of Bally's here?
Well, I think it was close to 700.
Right. And so given that being so far over the 200 threshold, What do you think that indicates?
Well, mainly it indicates that this is, this is a large merger. So both parties are large.
And as you know, that sale is pending for now. It hasn't been completed. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
So what other guidelines or mandates do you think it's important for the commission to consider if they approve the merger?
Well, one of the most important features, since I've been looking at this since 1995, and all my prior reports, I did extensive travels through the casino district and the support district with various members of the division, and it just always seemed to me that protecting large sites, potential sites for future large resorts was one of the things the commission should have maintain importance. I mean, obviously accumulating sites has been the key problem with the development of the casino district. And I mean, I realize that now in the sort of recession, and now with the COVID virus, it's hard to imagine another major investment in the city. But if you look at it over, like for me, so I look at it every 5 years. If you look at it over a long period of time, there's just been an amazing success story in terms of the investments that have been made. The Ravel, that was at the time, that property, I think it was called the North Beach property in the old days. That property was, I think it was owned by MGM and it sold, and that property was the most attractive site everybody agreed to, but then it didn't get built on, but now it has. So over the long period of time, I mean, amazing things have happened and been built. Now, some of the bondholders haven't always received the returns they expected on those investments, but that's part of economics downturns. So, but then I've also seen examples in which things didn't happen. So the classic example historically was the Traymore site, which was owned by Caesars, and that property basically blocked the Sands from having a larger casino that fronted on the boardwalk, and that property just sat there as a parking lot, and now it's still vacant. So that's an example of, in those days would have been an attractive casino. Now it's probably that one block is probably too small for anything you should build now. But so protecting those sites from ownership by the existing casino operators who might not have an interest in selling those sites for a new competitor seems to be a particularly important thing. Just trying to do little things to protect these potential sites. And so that's why if the merger is approved in some form, I think what the divisions proposed with respect to protecting sites and keeping track of ownership and outside the main footprints of the existing casinos is really very important.
And how about some other considerations that you would suggest the commission take into account here? Well,
the other most surprising thing that occurred to me from the last time I really focused on history in 2010 was the deed restrictions on the various casinos, several of which arose from sales of properties by Caesars, and I mean that's I find that just incredibly perverse in terms of competition. I mean, in some sense, that ought to be illegal since it violates the existing zoning. for the casino district, but I guess that's another type of lawsuit. But I mean, in one way or another, those really have to be eliminated in order to protect the possibility of accumulating property for future developments. I mean, even if those developments are 20 years away, that's important to 10 or 20 years away. It's important to eliminate those.
What's your view about the presence of independent operators staying in the Atlantic City market?
The presence of particular independent operators you're referring to? Of single
Yes.
casino operators?
Single facility owners, operators.
Well, I mean, another thing that's really become clear in the last 15 years is that very large casino resorts can be successful, and very small old ones that don't invest are going to die. And I mean, it's the closure of Trump Plaza. Okay, well, obviously that was not poorly run for years. The closure of the Sands, that was blocked by the Traymore site. That was inevitable, but these things actually closed sooner than I would have even expected. So I mean, so that's my point of trying to protect large potential sites, because I just don't think, and we haven't seen one of a basic 500 hotel room basic casino being built, like the proposal of Pinnacle to build just on the Traymore site. That got cratered because of the Great Recession, I understand, but I just didn't think that was sufficiently large site for to be competitive with Borgata and Harrah's, now Ocean and Hard Rock.
In this area, in your report, you've also included a concern about preserving the symmetry of competition in the market. Can you explain that?
Well, that's why the Herfindahl Index squares the market shares, because that, by squaring them, that accentuates the number we're adding up, and larger numbers get squared to larger numbers. So that makes and smaller numbers squared to smaller numbers. So that the squaring in the Herfindahl Index is what creates the asymmetry. What makes the asymmetry makes the Herfindahl Index larger, and is trying to capture the notion that smaller firms are less competitive, provide less competition than larger firms will. Note that you wouldn't have to square the market share. You could cube it or quarter it, but there are some theoretical justifications for squaring the shares. So that's the notion of symmetry. And so sort of more broadly, we just see that smaller operators, smaller casinos, but it's also true in other industries, can't provide all of the amenities in the gaming industry, but in any other industry, they can't compete in every dimension of providing products with larger firms, and so they're just don't have the same competitive impact on the industry.
And do you have an opinion on the effects that encouraging major investments will have on preserving competition?
Well, I think, major investments of the older properties are just crucial for their survival. So I guess my hope is that this merger is approved, that El Dorado recognizes it. And it sounds like the conditions that they agreed to are really ratifying that yes, these properties have to be invested in if we're going to be competitive with the other major resorts in town. And also that's consistent with my view that you're not going to get just a basic hotel casino built in town anymore. It's going to have at least 20 acres or more and be, now that may not occur anytime soon, but that's what the next step would be for the development of the industry, I think.
So to help summarize for the commission, you've essentially outlined 3 major areas of recommendations here that you said, I think, that if the Valley sale was not pending, you would have recommended that a particular, not that a particular divestiture take place, but that a divestiture be required. Was that right?
Yes.
And that you also think it's very important to encourage new entrants to the market and competition. Was that right?
Yeah, definitely.
And you went over for the commission how important you think it is to remove the deed restrictions that exist.
Absolutely.
And also that there should be prohibitions on the ability to restrict development on future potential casino sites. Was that right?
Well, prevent them from being blocking of a major development.
Yes.
Let me add to my answer about the deed restrictions. So even if those the deed restrictions are on the smaller hotels, the Showboat and Claridge and what used to be the AC Hilton. Even if a new operator wanted to open those hotels as they are, which are too small to really be competitive long term, at least it would. There's neighboring properties that those operators could potentially expand into if they're available for sale. So the notion of eliminating deed restrictions could result in some those casinos being open, but my main concern is that those existing smaller casinos are located with neighboring property, and opening the old casino could help jumpstart the development of a larger resort.
And it's been mentioned several times that the division proposed conditions for the commission's consideration if the merger is approved. Have you seen those?
Yes.
Do you have them with you?
Yeah, when I have them on a file, I could pull them up.
Okay, well, just generally though, you discussed also that capital improvements are very important to preserving competition. You said that, is that right?
Yes.
Are you generally aware that the the division has proposed several conditions going toward setting up a fund for extensive capital improvements over a 3-year period for the Caesars properties?
Yes.
And you also recall looking at the conditions and noting that the division has recommended release of the restrictive covenants that are on the sites that we're talking about?
Yes.
And also that the division has proposed a condition to protect, to prevent, should say, land blocking that you're talking about by the parties here and the REIT companies?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Perry. I have no other questions.
Okay.
Mr. Shire, you're a witness.
Dr. Perry, I think you said that you and Dr. Watts used the same guidelines really in evaluating this merger. And those guidelines were obviously the Casino Control Act, Section 82, and the criteria there, and the HHI, and the horizontal merger guidelines, right?
Well, I wouldn't say I use them, and they're just become such an important reference point for the analysis of mergers. But technically, they apply only for how the commitment only by how the agencies are going to evaluate mergers. But just over a long, they began in 1968, but over a long period of time, there's just an important reference. So it's kind of unavoidable to use that as a reference.
Okay, and I think when you were asked by Ms. Richardson about the regional market, I think you said, historically, while the statute in Atlantic City and the commission has relied upon, of course, the law that exists in Atlantic City, that there have been consideration to considering the regional market as well, correct?
Well, my work with the division in the past has always been, yes, that's, what's happening outside of Atlantic City is important because it clearly has taken customers away. Whether it's really resulted in a competitive impact as strong as the existing casinos in Atlantic City with respect to each other, that's a different story. But yes, it's affected the profitability and viability and the growth of Atlantic City, and that's not surprising.
So is it fair to say that while the Casino Control Act delineates certain criteria, that it wouldn't be necessarily prudent to ignore sort of the surroundings in the regional market as well in thinking about what the impacts might be of a merger?
Yeah, yes, of course I agree with that. I mean, the open question. Okay.
Yeah, and I think the 11th item in section 82E is that the Casino Commission can consider any other relevant evidence in the event. Is that right?
Well, I'm not aware of that specific provision, but that would be wise.
Okay. So with regard to your report and your testimony today, I'm going to read from the division's report on this merger. Have you reviewed the division's report?
Yes, I've read it.
Okay. And I'm just going to quote. It says on page 106, in brief and subject to the fuller explanation in Dr. Perry's report and testimony at the hearing in this matter, Dr. Perry does not recommend outright approval or disapproval of the merger on undue economic concentration grounds alone. Instead, he recommends that if the merger is to be approved, the commission should impose conditions designed to preserve or enhance competition, certain of which would affect principal components in this merger deal. Do you agree with that summary?
I think as a fair summary of my views. I mean, I view myself as providing alternatives and suggestions.
So essentially, you're not recommending denial, you're not recommending approval, but you're providing suggestions for the consideration of the commission, including potential conditions if the merger is approved, correct?
Yes, I think that's the right way to describe it.
Okay. And you're aware, because you talked about it a little bit so far, that there are conditions that have been proposed, and are you aware that the conditions that have been proposed have been agreed to by New Caesars?
Yes, the division told me that recently.
Okay. So you're aware that New Caesars has agreed to expend $400 million over 3 years to improve the properties that it will hold, or the properties that it will operate, that it will acquire and hold after the merger, correct?
Yes.
And that
Yes.
they also agree after the 3-year period to expend 5% of revenues on capital expenditures thereafter.
Yes, I'm aware of that. Yeah.
Okay. And isn't it true that that would address one of the recommendations that you raised in your report regarding capital spend?
Well, I I didn't really make any specific recommendations on capital spending. I mean, nor did I recommend any particular provision like the division has agreed with New Caesars. I mean, the general capital spending is a good thing in terms of improving the success of a property and making it more competitive.
Okay, and I think Ms. Richardson asked you that question, whether spending capital was helpful to foster the competitive environment, correct?
Yes, it has been. I mean, there are some examples of failed expenditures, but there's more
Agreed.
examples of successful expenditures.
Good point. Good point. Okay. And you're aware that New Caesars has agreed to remove the deed restrictions on the 3 properties that you mentioned, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that addresses one of your recommendations, does it not?
It does.
And you're aware that New Caesars has agreed not to undertake any new deed restrictions, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're also aware that New Caesars has agreed not to block development, I think is how we were characterizing it, but there's a condition that New Caesars has agreed to that it will not block development and will sell land at fair market value if there's a party that wishes to develop or expand development of a particular casino. And that addresses one of your recommendations as well. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
So it's fair to say that by entering into these conditions, New Caesars has essentially removed the barriers for entry of new competitors in Atlantic City in a manner that you have recommended.
That's right.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Richardson?
Dr. Perry, I just wanted to ask you about the 11th factor that Mr. Schreier was referring to, that the commission under the statute is to take into account other relevant information. And the implication that by not expanding the geographical market to be considered, is that, in your view, ignoring any surrounding information?
No, I don't think so. I think the word relevant is a term from the guidelines. I think you would look at competition in Atlantic City, and that's direct competition, head on head, just independent of any locational transportation costs to consumers. That's going to be there. It's always going to be there. That's going to be important for the commission the primary importance. But the effect of other casinos in neighboring jurisdictions is relevant because it affects the financial ability of the casinos in Atlantic City to make investments, because it will take away consumers, visitors who have a particular locational closeness to one of the new casinos in the other jurisdictions.
So you're saying that you did look at that information, but you found it not necessarily to be relevant to pressure considerations or competitive factors, but rather other, societal or habitual factors as well, including economic, conditions.
I think the way to say that is the casinos in Atlantic City are directly competing with each other, and independent of those locational advantages of any transportation costs, and so that's important. But the neighboring jurisdictions, they will attract consumers who might otherwise have come to Atlantic City, but that is different than the direct competitive pressure within the city. That's probably is most important from the point of view of the statute and the commission, I think.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Shire?
Nothing further.
Thank you. Commissioner Cooper?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Dr. Perry, once again, thank you for joining us today and participating in this hearing. I have several questions for you. First, I'd like to know, in your career, approximately, how many of these reports have you done? Now, I know it could be a longer report, a shorter report, the depth, I mean, there are a lot of variables, but ballpark, how many of these reports have you done?
On casino matters or just on,
Yes, casino matters.
well, there's 95, 2000, 2005, and with the commission. And then 2010 was the bankruptcy proceeding on the Trump matters. But I also worked for the Atlantic City Casino Association and filed a report and testified on, do you remember the old, well, before your time on the commission, the 50% rule. Those are listed in mine. The beginning of my report. My CV is on at the end of the report, and it has a more comprehensive list. I worked for Foxwoods briefly on some matter, but I can't remember. I worked for IGT on some matter and looked at slot machines. I don't think, but I can't remember exactly the details, but it would be on my CV.
Okay. And again, this is just an approximate. Let's say this report that we're looking at today, how long does it take you once you are, shall we say, hired or contracted by somebody or an agency or a casino? And again, I know there are variables, but how long does it take you to do research on one of these reports?
Well, from the point of view of my clients, it's always too long. But the part of that's because I have another job.
Okay.
So when did I start working on this? Sometime November last year, and I have support from a Bates Weiss, a consulting firm. Two people have supported me, and each report when I'm updating all the tables, it's a little bit easier to update them, but then there's always complicated issues about changes and mergers and when did these transactions occur in the middle of the year? Do we put what year do we count them as that with that? So I don't know. I spent well, I mean, I don't really want to say how many hours I spent on it because
They're variables.
vision might be aghast, but it's it's time consuming. But if you have support to work with, put together the numbers and data, then it's less of my time.
Okay. And again, I fully realize there are a lot of variables and extenuating circumstances, and as you just said, something can change, something's updated, a change. So I understand that. A few moments ago, you used the word divestitures. And again, I've read the documents, the paperwork, the reports, but if you would, could you please explain the difference or the highlights of what is a divestiture?
Well, it would be the sale of some operating assets of either one of the merging parties in order to resolve competitive issues. That's the sense in which it's used in merger analysis. So divestiture could be like really small, but in this context, it's you either divest a whole casino is the way you would think about it, because that way the license would be clear and then you qualify the new owners.
Okay.
But you could divest just a hotel tower or a parking garage or something. But in all these prior cases, it's either or a piece of land, like the Traymore site could have been divested in that consideration. But usually it's mostly been couched in the context of a casino with its license and its hotel and casino.
Okay. I asked Dr. Watts this next question. I'm going to pose it to you as well. I'm going to add, again, there are a couple parts to the question, but to you, I'm going to say you seem to have a a history of Atlantic City, particularly when you mention Trump Regency. And this is with no disrespect, don't get me wrong, to Dr. Watts, but when you mention Trump Regency, the Atlantis, the train Sands, I'm hearing that, again, you've got a little more history, or at least that's what you presented, with Atlantic City. I would like to get your opinion. And again, we're talking about casinos, but I would like to get your opinion. I'm going to say with regard to other attractions for Atlantic City, and I suppose when I mention other attractions, we can incorporate, or I hope it's okay to incorporate, the word an independent operator. And again, as I said, I posed this question before, but I mentioned Bart Blatstein, who is the owner of Showboat. About a month ago, he announced he's going to build this huge park, like $100 million, a water park. And I think the focus happens to be on the family. So my question is, your thoughts on, and I know what I've read, but I'd like to hear in your words more comments on independent operators, and is an attraction gauged, let's say, for the family, is it important at this current time? And I'm adding that because, again, I mean, there's so much going on right now, but how important would a family attraction be at this junction in Atlantic City? And your thoughts again on an independent operator at this time. So I know there's a lot in there, but I'll let you handle it however you feel comfortable.
Well, I don't have a family, unfortunately, but it's too late now. So I can't really speak so much to that. I mean, I think it's clear that certainly more amenities such as restaurants and shopping have made a huge difference in terms of, sort of Borgata and these other casinos. I think that's important. This question about family attractions is, I can recall people thinking about this back when I first started looking at things in '95. I guess with respect to the water park, I guess my only thought would be it'd be nice if it wasn't in the casino district, but just adjacent to the casino district, so you weren't giving up the opportunity to have a casino which could support even broader sets of attractions. Here's just kind of a little bit of random observations I've never written down. Until recently, I think the casinos didn't take advantage enough of the fact that they were located on a beach near an ocean. Now I know there's some beach bars, and the city has given permission to those, and I'm sure those have been a plus, particularly for young people, although that's a problem right now with COVID. And the other thing that I observe is that this is going back to the beginning, is that they didn't want any windows onto the boardwalk from the casinos, and so you have a lot of boardwalk frontages in the casinos that are kind of just false fronts. And but nobody in those days was really envisioning shopping within the casino. So that's kind of, I guess my expectation is that maybe not soon, but eventually there'll be shopping on those remodeled to include shopping along the boardwalk frontage, whether it be high end or low end or middle or something. But back to your family issue, I think it could be important. How to integrate it into the rest of the casino is an issue. It would be nice for parents to have a place where their kids could go and somebody was watching them, and so they could be free to do other things. I think what would happen is there would be some resorts that would focus more on a family attractions and others that wouldn't. That's I don't think everybody would adopt a family attract amenities.
And again, I'm just looking at your report on page 57. You would under options and recommendations, you had mentioned about maintaining independent casino operators. So that's why I wanted to ask you, because Bart Blatstein, I think, happens to be one of the names that comes right now. I mean, in July comes to mind with what he's planning to do in Atlantic City. So I wanted to get a little more, some more of your comments and thoughts regarding an independent operator, particularly with what he's planning to provide or to offer. It's going to be a while, but again, it's going to be another, it's going to be an addition, something else with Atlantic City. I'm very, very happy that you just mentioned the beach and boardwalk, because, I mean, that's what we're known for. I always say I'm born and raised here, which I am, and nothing like the Atlantic City beach and boardwalk. It's beautiful. One other question I'd like to ask you, and again, your thoughts on, again, the analysis that you did. Where does internet gaming and sports betting fit in? Does it fit in, or does it not fit in with the presentation that you've given us?
Well, I really didn't focus, any of my reports, none of this one didn't focus in any detail or no detail about internet and sports gambling. I mean, aside from the difficult issues about sports gambling and making sure that the people who are participants of the sporting industry are not doing it, I see no problem with having that. I mean, that could be very attractive to many people as long as you're not participant in the industry and also gambling, but that'll be hard to enforce. Many things are hard to enforce. Internet gaming is, I'm an older person, so and everything that's happening with respect to like this Zoom meeting is potentially going to change not just the workplace, but maybe make everything that's online more attractive and expand that. So, I mean, there are people, internet gambling would be attractive to people that are very distant from a casino. I guess I don't really have a strong view about that at this point.
Perfectly okay. Thank you so very, very much. Mr.
Welcome.
Chairman?
Thank you, Commissioner Cooper. Dr. Perry, I have a few questions. You said you did reports in the city in 1995, 2005, and 2010. In any of those reports, were deed restrictions an issue, or did you recommend not having them back then?
I don't recall any deed restrictions being in place. The main concern in some of those reports was the notion of blocking properties. As properties that were, either vacant or underutilized, that were owned by one casino, but would more naturally belong for the development of another casino. I mean, the classic example for years was the Traymore sites in front of the Sands Hotel that was owned by Park Place and Caesars.
In your other reports that you've done around the country, have you seen deed restrictions in other jurisdictions, or is this a local phenomenon?
I haven't worked on casino matters in other parts of the country.
My other question is, in regards to the Federal Trade Commission report, were you surprised that they didn't recommend divestiture here in Atlantic City and they did in other jurisdictions?
No. Well, I'd rather not say anything that might be construed as critical of the FTC, because I have many economist friends there and also DOJ. But I don't recall the FTC being very concerned about the consequences of merger in Atlantic City in my prior cases. And in some sense, you can understand that the whole, it's reflected in the increase in these cutoff Herfindahl boundaries for what's unconcentrated, moderately concentrated, and concentrated. Those have increased, and what that increase is really reflecting the fact that the agencies, not just the FTC, but the Justice Department, were approving mergers with very concentrated industries, and we're approving things with very modest divestitures. And so it was really reflecting the existing practice. And there's been a general move since 1980 that it just takes a few firms to make a market sufficiently competitive. I won't name the number. So no, I wasn't surprised. I mean, one anomalous thing is that it's interesting to think about Atlantic City being in a larger geographic market and then have the FTC ask for divestitures in very small markets.
Thank you. That filled in that. Earlier, you stated a number of times you were talking about larger tracts of land, 20-acre lots, in regards to a casino. Is that your recommendation for Atlantic City, that you need a larger casino here to draw people?
Well, you could obviously say, well, we could go up rather than out, but in practice, you know, the casino's space is going to be on one floor. And now if you're going to add amenities around it, like restaurants and other entertainment, that's really going to be best done if it's on the same floor. So you can get as many hotel rooms as you want on a smaller sites, but in terms of having the accessible casino floor space and accessible amenities on one floor, 20 acres is probably as low as you would want to go for a modern resort that's going to have lots of other amenities and attractions. So that's where I came up with that number. But it also fits into some of the size of the blocks in the casino district.
So you see that as a distinct advantage that we have in Atlantic City, that we create a resort rather than just a simple building and throw slot machines in and call it a casino.
Well, I think that's what's happened, and that's now inevitable. I mean, it's really clear. You know, with the closures in 2014, those were all just like the original standalone 500-room casinos. They're gone. So, I mean, I think what did the AC Hilton became Atlantic Club? It's like a boutique casino for a few years, but you know that didn't last either.
That's a great observation with your expertise that, you know, you have to have a resort, and we have that advantage here, and I think that'll help us marketing in the future. My last question is, in regards to the COVID-19, do you think that we'll be able to recover faster than other jurisdictions or slower?
You know, that's a good question. We're also thinking about that in the context of opening our university. It just takes one unfortunate incident to set things back as we're seeing. So that's why I can't really give an answer. But I think there will be, you know, like some economists were predicting in other areas, there will be some kind of snapback when things are safely open. I mean, the minor evidence of that, you know, I'm sitting at the Lake of the Ozarks in Missouri. We have a little house down here, and I've got a nice view. But boy, when they opened up the bars in Missouri, things just went crazy down. All the 20 different bars here, like people showed up like there was no tomorrow, and so I think there would be a sort of a reaction back to. Same for restaurants. People will want to go out to restaurants, but whether it's big enough to compensate for all the losses that occurred during the shutdown, that's I don't know. I find that unlikely.
Well, thank you, Dr. Perry. That's all I have. Ms. Richardson, did you have any follow-up?
Thank you, Chairman. Just very briefly, Dr. Perry, there were a lot of questions by Commissioner Cooper about divestiture, and I just wanted to clarify, for the pending sale of Bally's, that is not the entire facility of Bally's. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that's right. So it doesn't include the Wild West casino footprint.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all I had.
Mr. Scheer?
Nothing further.
Thank you. Yes.
Just before we go into your recess, we neglected to put on the record, Mr. Schreier, that your case in chief was complete. Could you speak to that just to make sure that we have that on the record?
Absolutely.
'Cause we
Yes.
moved right into the division's case.
Right, right. At the conclusion of Dr. Watt's testimony and the questions from the commission, that was the conclusion of the case of the petitioner. Thank you.
Thank you. We will recess till 2:10, and then we'll hear the closing statements by both parties. So we will reconvene at 2:10
Unless there's any other administrative
unless there's any other
issues.
matters.
Nothing that I have, Chairman.
Nothing from me.
Thank you. Then I will see everybody back at 2:10.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Put the trust agreement in.
Oh, I see. In terms of marking it officially.
It's basically your exhibit. Okay. All right. Yes, you're on. But is it fully admitted? I didn't know if it was, okay, because I thought Tracy,
Good afternoon. We're back in session here. We are going to continue, and we're going to open up with closing statements from Ms. Richardson.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just
Oh, yes,
indicate,
please.
Before we begin that process, just for the record to let everyone know that I did receive a phone call from the attorney for Hard Rock, and I believe that he also reached out to the division and to Mr. Schreier on behalf of El Dorado to advise that they are preparing a motion to participate in this proceeding. I have not received it yet, but at the chairman's direction, we're going to, as indicated, proceed with closing, and then everyone will have an opportunity to address that motion when and if it arrives subsequently, and a full opportunity to address it.
Thank you, Counselor. Ms. Richardson, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. For its consideration in this matter, the Commission has received voluminous materials, including the Division's comprehensive and detailed report on the proposed merger and the expert report of Dr. Martin Perry. The Commission has also heard extensive testimony through which El Dorado sought to address the numerous issues and concerns raised by the Division's and Dr. Perry's reports. As I noted at the beginning of this proceeding, the Division's report does not include a recommendation regarding whether the merger should be approved or not, but rather highlights serious considerations that need to be undertaken in reviewing the transaction for approval. Those critical areas of concern are undue economic concentration, capital expenditure commitments, the potential impact of proposed cost cuts and consolidation measures, staffing levels at the Atlantic City properties, restrictive covenants, and the operating and ownership structures of the CEC Atlantic City properties of Bally's, Caesars, and potentially Harris. In addition, the overarching component of financial stability dominates the Division's overall analysis and its report, given the complexity and scope of the merger. The Division looked toward testimony from El Dorado's witnesses to support their position that they can meet the statutory standard of financial stability, responsibility, and integrity, as well as all qualification criteria, by clear and convincing evidence, and that the transaction will not result in undue economic concentration. In reflecting on the testimony presented, the Division's concerns as they relate to the overall uncertainty associated with the transaction remain. As we indicated in our report, the financial success of the merger will be determined in many respects by events and circumstances that are beyond the control of El Dorado and cannot accurately be predicted at this time. We expressed in our report that we do not share El Dorado's optimism that New Caesars operating performance will return to pre-shutdown levels by the end of 2021, and listed that as of the date of our June 30th report, the Division did not know: 1, the length of time and the nature and extent of restrictions and limitations in place on casinos and customers; 2, the business volumes and customer visitation trends subsequent to reopening, particularly in the Las Vegas market that relies heavily on air travel; 3, the length of time it will take for revenues to return to pre-closure levels; 4, the incremental costs incurred by casinos to protect the health of patrons and employees; 5, the economic conditions that will exist post-merger and through 2022; and 6, any potential future COVID-19 medical and health matters that could impact continuing casino operations. Those unknowns, now 2 weeks after that report was filed, remain so. You did hear testimony related to number 2 regarding business volumes and customer visitation upon reopening, as Mr. Reeg and Mr. Yunker indicated, El Dorado is encouraged by initial results at their regional properties, but noted that destination resorts results had been soft, which is of course one of the division's unknowns as to markets like Las Vegas, which rely heavily on airline travel. On the critical areas of capital expenditure commitments, the potential impact of proposed cost cuts and consolidation measures, staffing levels at the Atlantic City properties, and restrictive covenants. You heard testimony from several witnesses on these matters, and El Dorado representatives indicated repeatedly the company's commitments in those areas in accordance with the division's proposed conditions. The commission should not be under any illusion that those representations and commitments were conceived or drafted by El Dorado. What you have been presented with instead is El Dorado's agreement with the proposed minimum requirements the division carefully prepared for the commission's review, consideration, and adoption if it decides the merger should be approved. While a $400 million pre-funded account held in trust for much needed capital expenditures at the Atlantic City CEC properties over a 3-year period is virtually unprecedented, that fund should be considered from the perspective that this amount will bring those properties to a state of improvement where they already should have been. As El Dorado's executive said more than once yesterday, they are taking on the good and the bad of Caesars through this merger, and the need for catch-up in this particular area is one bad point. For this reason, and contrary to views expressed by El Dorado in the testimony, it is the division's position that there is no link between the proposed capital expenditure conditions and commitment requirements and the other remaining issues to be decided in this matter, such as whether the sale of Harris real estate should be approved to VG REIT. El Dorado, through Dr. Watts, also presented testimony on undue economic concentration. Dr. Watts urged that the relevant geographic market should be considered as more regional in scope rather than just considering Atlantic City because of the expansion in gaming in the Northeast. But such a concept has not been adopted by this commission in the past. Further, as noted by Dr. Perry, this expanded view is unwarranted because the undue economic concentration standards are set forth in the Casino Control Act, which by their very statutory nature apply only to Atlantic City casinos. If the pending sale of Bally's Atlantic City is completed, as Dr. Perry notes, some undue economic concentration concerns are alleviated. To ameliorate some of these concerns, Dr. Perry has provided several recommendations to provide protections to enhance competition, which the division has codified in its list of proposed conditions to you. As set forth in our report and illustrated through our examination of Mr. Yunker, detailing the sequence of events in seeking a position or specific plan as to capital expenditures as well as deed restrictions, certain plans, agreements, or commitments put forth by El Dorado came only after inquiry, prodding or prompting in some cases, repeated inquiry, and explanations where needed from the division. These matters, along with the matters discussed with Mr. Carano about some regulatory missteps following the grant of ICA to El Dorado, give the division pause as to El Dorado's ability to recognize the needs and issues which El Dorado faces in this market and how to address and comply with them, particularly as the vastly expanded enterprise of proposed new Caesars. In conclusion, the division has presented a list of the conditions it submits must be imposed at a minimum if the commission decides to approve this merger. These conditions are essential to ensure close and continued financial oversight of proposed new Caesars, quantify and implement robust capital investment in Atlantic City, monitor staffing levels, evaluate the impact of any proposed cost cuts and consolidation measures in relation to the Atlantic City properties, remove barriers to entry to maintain competition, and require new Caesars to adhere to the commitments that have been made on this record. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shire?
I believe he's muted.
Is that better?
Yes.
We can hear you now.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioner Cooper. I appreciate your efforts and time over a very long day or two. As you have heard, this is the last approval that is needed for this transaction to close. And with an approval, the Eldorado and Caesars merger is poised to be undertaken as quickly as possible. This has been in process for a year. And as you have heard, this matter has been before over 20 gaming boards and commissions who have all approved the merger. I, like you, and the division acknowledge that this is a complicated transaction with many moving parts. No one said that pursuing the largest gaming deal in history would ever be simple. And we add in the COVID crisis and the multitude of adjustments that had to be made in the last 6 months. And you heard how that complexity can increase. But notwithstanding all that, I think you heard loud and clear that these two companies have positioned themselves with the equity, with the funding, and with the liquidity in place to close this deal now and to proceed well into the future. How did they do it? How did they find that path when faced with adversity in the markets and the gaming industry? I submit they were able to do it because of the leadership of the executives at Eldorado and at Caesars. The people you heard from yesterday and their staff have the skills and the knowledge and the sheer strength of principle to solve the thorny problems, to address the concerns of regulators and of banks and investors, and to lead the company to be in a position to close this deal. That same leadership team will be the reason that this combined company will succeed in the future. The division's report raised many questions, which I will address, but the two primary areas that you need to consider are: one, if this company has proven its financial stability, and two, that the combination will not result in undue economic concentration under the Casino Control Act. Let's talk about financial stability. You heard the testimony of Mr. Reeg and Mr. Juncker that as conditions in the market changed, the company used its resources to find appropriate debt, equity, and liquidity. You heard Mr. Juncker testify that post-reopening operating results and cash flows are significantly ahead of the April expectations. And also that the preliminary property level revenues for the second quarter of 2020 did exceed the April 30 forecast model. Additionally, you heard that Eldorado executed a series of equity and debt transactions in mid-June, just last month, that were met with tremendous demand from investors. On June 19th, Eldorado closed a 20.7 million share offering that yielded $772 million of cash proceeds. Immediately following that equity raise, Eldorado executed an $8 billion debt offering as well. And in addition to achieving a very low cost of debt, overwhelming demand allowed Eldorado to upsize the offering and put additional liquidity on the balance sheet by ensuring full access to the combined company's $2 billion of revolving credit facilities at closing. The testimony noted that new Caesars' earliest debt maturity will be at the end of 2024, and that was also indicated in the division's report. This provides over 4 years of runway for new Caesars to complete integration, drive free cash flow, deleverage, and optimize the combined asset base as it has done in prior transactions. In order to further augment Eldorado's liquidity position, they also announced 2 additional transactions in June. One was a $500 million additional proceeds from Vici that are expected in the 3rd quarter in connection with the sale of land in Las Vegas and a new mortgage note, and $210 million of incremental commitments to Eldorado's revolving credit facility. Mr. Juncker testified that Eldorado expects to have approximately $4 billion of liquidity by the end of the 3rd quarter 2020. And Eldorado will have an equity market capitalization of approximately $7 billion, which is the largest among public company peers in the industry. Most importantly, while performance results are ahead of expectations in April, Eldorado's liquidity position is well beyond any expectation that the company or the division had in late April. The post-June liquidity position now puts new Caesars in a position to endure potential operating cash flow weaknesses for extremely sustained periods of time, and addresses the concern raised by Ms. Richardson about the uncertainties of the future. I submit that all of this solidly addresses the concerns raised by the division over financial stability and debt structure. Beyond capital structure, the division raised several areas of concern about other aspects of the merger. One area was the potential impact of synergy measures on the Atlantic City market. And Mr. Chairman, you also asked about that as well. The testimony of Tom Reeg and Brett Juncker explained that the synergy measures have already started to be implemented by the company. You heard that $200 million will be realized from decentralizing the current Caesars organization. Additional synergies will be realized from purchasing consolidation, duplicative professional services, misdirected IT spend, and more enterprise level contracts and slot floor optimization. And another $100 million of the revenue driven synergies are expected from the Caesars reward programs impact. Mr. Juncker, Mr. Carano, and Mr. Reeg all stated that these measures were never, from day one, intended to come from Atlantic City. And in fact, to back up that statement, they have agreed to condition number 22, which requires any reductions in full-time employees or part-time employees of more than 50 persons to be submitted and approved by the division. There are no anticipated reductions in force at any individual casino facility in Atlantic City. However, in the future, if there would be, Eldorado New Caesars has agreed to obtain approval. Another area the division raised, and it's a legitimate question, is the company's ability to manage integration of CEC into ERI and become New Caesars, given the scale of this merger. In that regard, you heard Anthony Carano, Tom Reeg, and Steve Callender testify about the skill and experience of the combined Eldorado and Caesars executive management teams. Significant integration planning efforts have been ongoing following the announcement of the transaction in June of 2019, including site visits to all the Caesars properties. Detailed integration plans are being executed across all key functions of the business, such as marketing, responsible gaming, accounting, finance, human resources, and so on. Lastly, senior leadership has been confirmed, and the leaders were selected from both legacy Eldorado and Caesars teams at the corporate and property level. Key executives at both companies understand and have experience with integration of gaming properties and are well underway to hit the ground running, as Mr. Carano said. I'd like to address the concerns raised by the division and well recognized by Eldorado about the lack of capital investment in the CEC properties in Atlantic City. And as part of the petition seeking to convey the Harrah's real estate to Vici, which is a concern that this sale to Vici might result in a lack of capital expenditure. If there was one overarching area of concern that was raised over and over again, it was the lack of capital expenditure at the CEC properties in Atlantic City. No one disputes that, but that wasn't due to El Dorado. But as Ms. Richardson said, quoting Mr. Reeg, we take the good with the bad. So what is the remedy? After reviewing the situation and working back and forth with the division, I'm not sure I would call it prodding, but certainly the division was instrumental in working through these conditions with El Dorado. But in working with them, El Dorado or New Caesars committed to put $400 million into a fund and spend that on the 3 properties it will own over that 3-year period. You heard Brett Yunker, Steve Callender, Tom Reeg testify that of that $400 million, they will invest $150 million in Caesars Atlantic City for the first 3 years after the merger, and at least $125 million in Bally's Atlantic City if that property is not sold to Twin River. Additionally, New Caesars has committed that on an ongoing forward basis, they'll invest at least 5% of Atlantic City net revenues on capital expenditures in these Atlantic City properties after the first 3 years. At the division's request, they will put this money into a trust to be administered by an independent trustee who can step in if they fail to meet their commitment. This, as Ms. Richardson said, is unprecedented. What does it mean? What does it mean? It means that New Caesars is committed to Atlantic City and to improving the facilities it operates in Atlantic City to be best in class. This agreed upon commitment was made to address several areas, not just the chronic undercapitalization of Caesars and Bally's, but to address the other concerns raised by the division, like the sale of Harrah's land to Vici. Although New Caesars does not agree with the division and Dr. Perry's view that REIT ownership might encourage undercapitalization, the commitment made satisfies and addresses those concerns in a big way. And with the sale of Harrah's land to Vici, with the sale of Harrah's land to Vici and the sale of Bally's, Vici will be in exactly the same position as it is today, holding the land of 2 casinos under approved master lease by the Casino Control Commission. The reality is, and the division has said this ad infinitum, Caesars did not expend the capital that was needed to upgrade their Atlantic City casino hotels. That was not getting better. As we sit here today, what would be the outcome if this merger did not occur? I can assure you that there would not be a commitment and a fund to spend $400 million on these properties. Not a knock on Caesars, but El Dorado wants to be in Atlantic City, and they back that up not just with promises, but with enormous dedicated and set aside funds to prove it. Finally, let's talk about the issue of undue economic concentration. Section 82 of the Act requires the Commission to determine whether the outcome of this transaction will result in undue economic concentration. The law requires the Commission to consider changes in market share which could result from the transaction and offers 11 statistical categories set forth in the Act. You heard from 2 experts. One, Dr. Watts, saying that there is, in his view, no finding of undue economic concentration under Section 82 of the Act alone. But he also said that under all the other criteria that you may want to take into account, like the FTC does, like the Department of Justice does, that even under those criteria, there was no undue economic concentration. The other expert didn't make a recommendation on approving this merger either way, but he did offer potential mitigating conditions to foster competition if the commission chose to allow the merger to occur. Although it's not binding on the commission, you did hear evidence that the FTC, after months of its review, concluded that the transaction would not substantially reduce competition in the Atlantic City area. And they closed their investigation of the Atlantic City market without any remedial actions to address anti-competitive concerns. I submit that experts can differ, but this commission has seen situations over the years where operators have held 3, as CEC does as we sit here today, and even 4 casinos. So new Caesars holding 3 casinos and having 5 or 6 competitors gunning for them is not unusual or something that this city hasn't seen before. What is unusual is that in order to address any concerns about competition under Section 82 of the Act, new Caesars not only committed a massive dedicated capital expenditure fund, but committed and agreed to conditions to removing all of the current deed restrictions on 3 potential casino properties that it will have rights over when it acquires CEC. And they've agreed not to implement any new deed restrictions. Further, the company committed to not closing any Atlantic City property for 5 years. And in addition, the company committed to selling land parcels in Atlantic City at fair market value that may assist a third party in developing a new casino, and they will not block any new development in the city. Lastly, they are committed to the sale of Bally's Atlantic City to Twin River Holdings, which, as Mr. Callender noted, will add another substantial new competitor into the market. So as a result of all of those things, I would submit that the approval of this merger with the conditions will in fact encourage competition in the Atlantic City market for years to come. It's been noted by this commission in past reviews of this issue of economic concentration that the responsibility of the commission is not just to foster competition, but under Section 1B13 of the Act, to also encourage the rebuilding and redeveloping of existing facilities and of encouraging new capital investment in Atlantic City, and to provide a meaningful and permanent contribution to the economic viability of the resort, convention, and tourist industry of New Jersey. That's a quote from the statute. I submit to you that this transaction and the sale of the Harrah's land to Vici with these conditions will accomplish that. I have one additional housekeeping item, and that is that if you agree to the merger, we have created a capital expenditure trust, and that trust agreement has been submitted in evidence as P5. If you do agree to the merger, then I would ask that you approve the trust agreement, and in addition, qualify the trustee, John J. Farmer, to serve as trustee over the capital expenditure trust. So I would ask that you kindly do that as part of your decision. In conclusion, we respectfully request your approval of this merger and the relief requested in the associated petitions that are pending before you, numbered 15 through 18 on your agenda. I want to thank you again for your time and effort and consideration of this very complicated matter. And I also want to thank the director and the director's staff for all of their hard work and efforts over the past year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schreier. Commissioner Cooper, any last questions?
I'm fine, thank you.
You're fine?
Thank you.
Okay. Well, we will recess till tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. We'll see if we get the documents in regard to that pending matter, and we'll all review it before we come to our conclusion tomorrow morning.
Although, well, actually, Mr. Chairman, we do have to address whether or not the commission will agree to allow Hard Rock to participate. And if you do agree, or the parties should be allowed to be heard to speak to that if there's any objection. And if you do grant them the right to participate, then you can review the brief that they would file. But the question still remains addressing the motion to participate, which is still in the process of being prepared. I understand that Mr. Casiello has reached out to Mr. Schreier and to the division. Is there?
Yes, I've spoken with Mr. Casiello.
Okay. Is there any preferred timeline to address that matter from your perspective?
Having not seen what the filing is going to say, it's a little difficult for me to respond.
Understand.
But obviously, my goal is to allow the commissioners to deliberate and provide their decision as quickly as possible.
Understood. So what I'm trying to determine, Mr. Chairman, is if we want to, because I do have it on my BlackBerry, the petition. If we want to reconvene this evening to address the motion to participate, assuming it is served and filed on everyone, and make your decision on that so that when we recess for the evening, we know if you're deliberating with that brief or not.
Excellent.
Is everyone available to reconvene later?
Yes.
Yeah, the division will make itself available. This is Dave Rebuck.
Okay. So let's say we want to give them until 4 o'clock?
That would be okay.
Okay, we'll reconvene at
Excellent.
4 o'clock.
Then we'll recess now. We'll reconvene at 4 o'clock. Mr. Schreier, you have the documents electronically transferred? Do they have it?
Mary Jo, I think you're muted.
Who's muted?
Diana, I just wanted to note, I think we also have a petition from maybe Ocean as well.
We do.
Okay, oh, you got that? Yeah, I haven't gotten that one yet.
Yes, and I just wanted to note there's some other petitions on the agenda.
Yes,
When
we'll do those tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for
And
the question.
Mr. Chairman and Diana, if I could just be heard on the one component that Mr. Schreier ended with about the trust and the trustee, Mr. Farmer.
Yes.
Since the division is the agency that would recommend to you whether an individual should be qualified, I just wanted to note for your reference and convenience when you consider these particular matters and those rulings in particular on the trust. The division does recommend that Mr. Farmer be considered qualified. He has previous experience as a divestiture trustee in other matters. As you know, Mr. Farmer was former Attorney General of New Jersey and has had a prestigious career in public service. So we wholeheartedly recommend him for qualification to that position. Thank you.
Thank you. So noted. Then we will recess till 4 o'clock. We'll see everybody back at 4 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Did Diana say what time we're supposed to start tomorrow? 10? Or she's gonna announce?
10, yeah.
Good afternoon. Again, this is Chairman Jim Plosis. We're reconvening the Casino Control Commission meeting. So I'm going to turn it over to our Chief Counsel, Diana.
Good afternoon, everyone, again. Since the break, we have received letter petitions filed on behalf of AC Ocean Walk LLC and Boardwalk 1000 LLC, also known as Hard Rock, seeking to participate in the merger proceeding through the filing of a letter brief. Their action is pursuant to Rule 116, 6, Rule 116.4 of the administrative rules, consistent with the commission rules requiring that actions of this nature be guided by the administrative procedure rules. So with that, Mr. Chairman, if the parties wish to be heard with respect to those two motions to participate.
Mr. Shearer, would you like to be heard on this matter?
I would not, but Mr. O'Gara is going to handle this matter as co-petitioner.
Excellent.
Good
Mr.
afternoon, Chairman, Commissioner Cooper, Paul O'Gara, Brownstein Hyatt, Barbara Schreck, on behalf of the co-petitioner Caesars. We're in receipt of Mr. Casiello's motion and his short letter regarding participation. We would, on behalf of the parties, oppose an objection to the participation. While we recognize that the standards for participation under the rule are substantially less than they would be for intervention, I would urge the commission to consider that this petition arrived after the closing statements in this matter, and that it perhaps is not timely. I would also urge you to consider that there's nothing that states what the compelling interest or the specific interest that either of the two parties, either AC Ocean or Hard Rock, have with respect to this matter, that they could add anything substantial. We think that all the facts and virtually all the arguments the commission would consider have been placed before it by the division and the petitioners, and that nothing would be added to the proceedings by the participation of either of these parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Gara. Ms. Richardson?
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioner Cooper. The division does not formally oppose the request for participation, but I would note that we really do have to echo what Mr. O'Gara said, that it is open to question whether the petitioners have presented a significant interest in the outcome of this proceeding, considering the scope of the merger and the interest that is set forth in the letter petitions that were sent to you and the parties today. Also, we note that this is very late in the process, and if the commission is inclined to consider such participation, it should be completed as soon as possible, as to so under the rules that Ms. Fauntleroy set forth, to not cause undue delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me for the sidebar. Reviewing the matter, we're going to move forward on this. We took note that we did receive these letters, but we're not entering it into the, as a party to this action. As we heard earlier by both parties, that this is late in the game, and the closing statements had already been made, so.
So I would just, for the record, just make a motion to deny the petition, the request of Hard Rock and of Ocean to participate.
I'll make a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
Okay, so to find out if there's anything else that the
Are there any
parties-
other matters pertaining to this from the division or council?
I have none, Chairman.
Hearing
No,
none,
Chairman.
then we,
Okay. So this is the last recess.
yes,
10 o'clock?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock in the morning, and the commission will render its decision on the merger action. And as we discussed offline, the other matters will also be called separately, given an opportunity for the parties to speak briefly to those items, or you can reference arguments made on the merger matter instead if you choose. And then we'll close out the meeting.
Thank you. So we're in recess till tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a good evening, everyone.
You too.